submissions.
Okay, now our first submitted this morning is submission 364. And that's Paul Bryant. Welcome, Paul. Again, you can stand or sit, but.
Thank you once again. This is a ratepayer submission as opposed to anything else. There's 2 points I'm going to cover. One is about the proposed rate increase, and the other is on the community grant. The rate increases over the first 3 years of nearly 20% for each year, I feel are excessive and unreasonable. Such increases as proposed will create hardship for those on fixed incomes and on New Zealand superannuation, its sole source of income, and place many households under cost pressures. It may also force people to sell houses. I mean, that's a thought that I have about it. And I also think that it may also force people into auction sales. So I think front-loading rate increases to the order of 20% per year for 3 years to pay for a deficit of infrastructure is damaging to the viability of household budgets. And it's going to hurt Upper Hutt citizens. It really is going to hurt. I was actually at a meeting where the mayor was chairing. It was a hot seat meeting, and there were, I think, 3 other people there. And the 3 other people there said, my pension will increase by $10 to $20 per fortnight. So $20 was the max, and yet your rate increases are going to be well beyond that. And when I was sitting there yesterday, one of the councillors came up and said, I've just had a massive, I think it was Councillor, I can't read the last name, Councillor Newell, and she said, well, I've just had an insurance bill increase, and it's massive, and I've just had one that's massive too. So that just reinforces the point that you've got these things that are building, and putting pressure on household budgets. I would like to also suggest that infrastructural assets such as long-term assets, including your stormwater, your bridges and your sewage system, be treated as intergenerational assets, because they're over a lifetime of people's lifetimes and our future generations. And so everyone should be sharing and paying for that. And I think that maybe I talk about offshoot or balance sheet funding, but I'd actually think that if you could fund it through debt, rather than having the full impost on rates revenue, that would be beneficial for everyone and would ease the flow. This graph here that I look at is horrific for people on fixed incomes. 20%, 20%, 20% is massive. And it's really going to force huge pressure on the household budgets and single people that are on fixed income. I just want to turn over to community grants now. And again, I do not support the cessation of the community grants, because I think that there's a huge amount of good that goes on in our Upper Hutt community as a consequence of the community grants. And I know that the council does a wonderful job in terms of actually paying those out to valid organisations, and it's a challenging topic to get your head around, to make sure that the distributions are right, the right organisations are receiving the benefit of it. But for Citizens Advice Bureau, the payback is something like $16 for every dollar spent. So that's a massive social gain to society. You know, I think yesterday I said that there was something like 750,000 interactions that impact on the Citizens Advice Bureau over a 50-year period. So, I mean, that's very telling in terms of the support that the Bureau gives to citizens and as well. The last point I really want to make is that the Bureau is run by something like 50 volunteers, and there was one part-time manager. And, you know, when you think about a shared services type of concept, everyone's benefiting from, you know, the limited full-time person that's been, well, it's not full-time, it's half-time. It's about 20 hours a week. And we couldn't run the Citizens Advice Bureau without that person being there. So just thank you for listening to me again. And I really do appreciate the interest that you're showing in this. And if there are any questions.
So any questions for Paul? Councillor Stiles?
Thank you for coming back, Paul, and because you've gone back and spoken, you know, about citizens' advice, has there been an increase in applications for rate remissions and helping fill it out? Because I know that it's not an easy process to do.
I know that as I sit on the desk, and I know that question I think came up yesterday, and I've had one or two questions about rates, but not rates remission. Yeah. So, but I don't know whether the system would be able to generate that type of information about rates remission. But I can ask Jeanette, and I'll get Jeanette to come back to council.
So that I've looked at the papers and they're not easily done or read. Yeah. And I can see that probably someone who is, you know, a super annuitant might find it a little bit difficult to process those papers.
Yeah, I believe that would be the case. Yeah. Yeah.
So with regard to that, and then we've got the rates postponement, and that's kind of putting the rates on till you pass away. There's a couple of options here. Has that been something that has been spoken about at CAB in conjunction with brain power and those sorts of things?
I'm not privy to those types of discussions, but I can ask, and we can come back to you on that question if you.
Yeah, I'd like to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
So for your major point is that loading the top end is the issue.
Yeah.
The front end.
Yeah, it's going to hurt a lot of people, you know, on limited budgets. Yeah, and so front loading is damaging to households, I think, and it's massive. And the other point I was going to raise, and I didn't, is that the Reserve Bank's got a ratio, you know, like for inflation, 3 to 5% something, or 4%. And I just wondered whether the council might like to think about whether, in fact, it could have a similar type of ratio and say, well, look, what we're going to do is we're going to work within that ratio. And across different years, you're going to have different impacts, I know, as the cost pressures mount. And it's also going to come back to your forecasting capabilities and your growth as well. You know, if you've got growth in residential population, and you're forecasting that correctly, being correct is having a methodology, I suppose, that gives you the same result several times. But if you've got the right methodology for predicting your population growth, it may impact on your rate increases as well. I mean, they dovetail into one another. And if you get that wrong, then rate increases can be wrong. You can undercollect or overcollect in a particular year. But if you overcollect in a particular year, it's going to hurt people. Yeah, and that's the challenge. I know it is a real challenge.
Councillor Carson.
Paul, you may or may not be aware, I think a lot of people are aware that the problem that the council has is in the first year, 24-25, where there's a liquidity problem. And that's why the 20% increase is there. Right, so do you have any ideas about, would you support a lesser increase in the second or third years? Because the first year is the critical year for the council in terms of its liquidity.
Would you explain it? I think explanation and getting the public in behind you is a good thing. Yeah, a one-off increase and then it's panning back down to a much lower level. You know, it would be more acceptable, but it's 20%, 20%. It's huge, if I understand that correctly. That's massive.
We have a question. So would you agree then that the reasons for the three lots of 20% hasn't been adequately explained to the community?
I I don't think it has been adequately explained, but I also think that even if you do explain it, it won't be acceptable.
No, of course not.
Yeah. So, I think.
Okay, any other questions? Thanks, Paul. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you for your time.
Now move to submission number 103. It's Aaron Sargent. Is that correct, Aaron?
Correct.
Yep. 103, we'll just find what page you're on there, Aaron.
200. That's it, yeah.
Over to you, Aaron.
So, kia ora koutou. My name is Aaron Sargent. I'm an accountant by trade with some experience in local government financial planning. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak and provide some feedback on the long-term plan. My feedback at a high level is one of support with a bit of disappointment. So I support the need to invest in the community. I support the changed proposal to introduce a vacant land rating differential. I support the proposed saving measures to try and balance the books. Where the disappointment comes in is that it's such a high increase now, and had intervention been taken previously, this impact we might not be experiencing today. So I do want to thank this council for taking intervention now and not deferring these problems until later. At a specific level, there are a few areas where I'd like to provide feedback, and the first one is on the 3 wards. I support the alternate option where the 3 wards is high. So I express my disappointment that the rates increase is so high today. However, I just have a gut feeling that the increase would be so much higher in the future if you don't have a fully invested water infrastructure program that addresses the backlog of renewals. Additionally, if we install the universal smart meters in the alternate program, I believe that'll give the ratepayers some control over their water costs. As a household that is conscientious about our water use, it always pains me when I see some household with leaks on their property and there's no incentive to do anything about it as there's no fiscal pressure. We're all charged the same. It's also after we've just had a summer of water restrictions, I don't want us to risk having future summers of water restrictions where we could invest now to take action and make our water infrastructure more sustainable. I also don't think it's financially prudent in the current proposal to spend over $500,000 on a business case for water meters when other councils have already done this work, and I believe the benefits speak for themselves. So naturally, supporting the investment in the community and the higher water infrastructure does come with a cost. So the rest of my feedback is how I believe council could mitigate some of these costs. While I think that savings opportunities may have been exhausted at council, I do believe there is opportunity to increase fees and charges further. We see the year-on-year 20% rates increases. I don't see the fees and charges being proposed to increase by 20% year-on-year. This is slowly shifting more of the burden for the services onto the ratepayer instead of individual areas where services are used. At one specific example would be Akatarawa Cemetery. I noticed in the long-term plan that some years there is a surplus return to council, sometimes it's a minor deficit, but on the whole, it's fairly balanced. However, there will come a day where this facility is full, even after the $3.4 million investment being made today. Once this cemetery is full and there's no further revenue, I ask what would happen, how would we fund the ongoing maintenance of the facility? And the answer is it would fall back to the ratepayer to pick up the burden and maintain the cemetery at that point. So my suggestion is that council consider creating a new restricted reserve and that the fees and charges of the cemetery increase. That way, the people that use the service today fully cover the cost of the service today, while also contributing to a fund that builds up over time, so that when the cemetery is full and there can be no further revenue coming in, this fund pays for it to not fall back on the ratepayer. This would also bring further funds in today, and interest earned on this fund could help offset borrowing costs for other areas of council. Another area of concern I have is the H2O Extreme facility. In the first year of this long-term plan, 9.3% of all rates will go to subsidising this facility. And by year 3, this will increase to 11% of all rates going to that one facility. I do support this facility and I understand it's not. I also support the benefits that it provides to our community, especially teaching our tamariki to swim. However, I don't think the balance of fees and charges there is right, with so much of the ratepayer subsidising it. In the revenue and financing policy, it stated that a range of 15 to 25% of the operation of this facility should be recovered by fees. I would encourage council to reconsider if it has the balance right. So I'm sure that there are many more fees and charges opportunities available to Hutt City Council to consider as part of its long-term plan, but my 5 minutes is drawing to a close. So I would like to reiterate that I do support investment into the city. However, I would urge council to consider if the balance of the funding should fall on the ratepayer or if there are more fees and charges opportunities to balance the cost. So thank you. I'm happy for any questions.
Thanks very much, Aaron. Any questions for Aaron? Councillor Smarts.
Aaron, thanks for coming along and presenting to us. So with regard to, I want to go to the water first. So with regard to that, there's been many a discussion saying that we should actually bring that service back in-house. What would your views be on that?
I would support that.
Right.
If it's done by Wellington Water or in-house, I do support council having ownership and control or some form of oversight of it. But at the end of the day, if there is whoever delivers it, as long as it's done well, I'm kind of agnostic to it. But if that is what is identified as the preferred option, I would support that. And
my subsequent question, so around water meters. So if we were to not do the business case, as you say, that other councils have already done it and there's some stats out there, and we were to look at implementing it slowly over a period of time, but also mandating that any new builds have them installed, do you see that being a cost, because that will come at a higher cost to our initial 2020?
Yes.
Whilst you've offered some places of where we could capture and save some funds, are there any other places that you think we might be able to, if we were to do that?
So yes, do acknowledge that would come with a higher cost. Other areas where I think there could be more funds would be encroachments, for example. Encroachments on Hutt City Council land. In the long-term plan, I saw $250 as a one-off fee. Yet if there's an ongoing use of land, there's no charge. To me, that seems kind of philosophically different, that rates you're paid by capital value and land value. So we're charged on the private landowner's land. Yet if someone uses Hutt City Council's land for their garage, billboards or other things, they pay once but not ongoing. Ideally, you should pay ongoing for the continued use of land. So I do believe there are further opportunities for revenue opportunities outside of the ones I've presented today.
And that's picking up our fees and charges and going through and having them. Thank you.
Any other questions for Aaron? Thanks, Aaron. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now move to submitter 162. Tom Halliburton. Tom, welcome. He's on page 204.
Good morning. We've read at least some of my submission, so I'd just really like to emphasise a couple of points and outline discussions I had with council staff. And we're going through the major projects. The word expectations comes up numerous times, and I think you should replace those words expectations with would be nice to have. And we expect our rate rises to be reasonable. And I think perhaps we've gone a little too far one way. I think a lot of projects are listed as being necessary to meet community expectations are really legacy projects. They're in the plan because they were in the last one. And I think H2O, the hydrotherapy report, is a good example of that. And I think a lot of the, if not most of the roading projects are there to meet expectations. And that those expectations are unreasonable. Yeah, we'd all like our roads to be better, but can we together afford it? And some of you know I'm enthusiastic about cycling infrastructure. And again, we've got a lot of legacy projects there. The Crookshanks Path, for example, that was really appropriate in the times of the John Key Cycleways project throughout. But those times are past. And I don't think this council should be funding expensive recreational cycling infrastructure. And there's a lot of money in it. So I think you should delete that. What you should focus on is cycling for transport where it replaces car journeys and takes the pressure off the roading infrastructure. Now, there's still between the CBD cycle path. That's been in the long-term plan since I've been reading long-term plans. And I think the time for that has passed as well. I really think you should be realistic and delete it from the plan. It's not going to happen. And you haven't budgeted anywhere near enough money. And with the new government policy statement, you're pretty unlikely to get a subsidy for that. So it's another project, but I think the time's passed. And if you really want to get a decent mode for cycling up Hutt. It's only one project that's going to do that, only one. And that's protect the cycle lanes at Gilson Drive. Now, who wants to deal with the nonsense the Wellington City Council had over Island Bay? And media didn't report all the nonsense. Some of it was pretty nasty. I don't think you guys are ready for that. But that is the only project that will increase the mode share for cycling to any great extent. But in the meantime, there's lots of minor projects you could do around the city that will cost very little to make the city safer for cycling. Some quite easy things. And of course, the first step is to stop making it more dangerous. So that won't cost you anything. So, so I had some interesting discussion with council staff, which was very enlightening. And I'm not an accountant, I've focused on economic issues rather than accounting. And I must say your financial modelling is horrendously complicated. Perhaps you can't see, I had difficulty seeing the wood for the trees. Now, I did make some quite detailed comments on that, and the council staff understand my comments, and they certainly agreed with some and were willing to consider the others. So I think you should just ignore that. I don't think as councillors we need to pay any attention to my comments on the financial modelling. I think that's an internal thing for council officers, and I think they will probably make some changes in good time. So that was a very interesting discussion with council officers, just to understand the complexities and the constraints that you have on your financial modelling. Some sort of summary would be pretty useful. Yeah, risk was an important issue that I don't think is dealt with well, and in part that's the constraints on your financial modelling. And the published documents treat risk qualitatively, but not quantitatively. And it seems to me there's a huge number of risks that things are going to cost more. And that's I think that's a reason for some of these nice to have projects out of the budget. So you have a bit more headroom on rates to cover cost blowouts and other nasty surprises. And even though a lot of these projects I think are nice to have, are outside the 3-year term, by taking them out, it may well be possible to rejig the finances. So yeah, I'm just hoping to take some more tough decisions. I think I'll make a decision. But encourage you to that. Thanks.
Thanks.
Interested to hear a bit more about some of your low-cost options for cycling active mode in there.
Updating road markings on roundabouts, the current standard, where you mark roundabouts at the moment. The standard specifically says don't do this, which is kind of interesting. Taking out a bit of parking here and there, taking out some traffic islands. Manel traffic islands now it's under road, a bit of an embarrassment. Sharrows on the roads. Sharrows are really, really useful. Tell cyclists take the lane here and advises drivers to expect cyclists in the lane. That's something that New Zealand drivers are not good at. I've just spent 10 days in Portland, Oregon. There are sharrows everywhere, and the drivers really expect them. Sure. Chevron with a bicycle signal and put it in the middle of the lane. Yeah, good question.
Tom, when you sit down with council officers and talk about financial modelling, did they explain to you about depreciation funding and how we didn't fund depreciation in the past?
Yes, yes. I mean, in terms of your overall financial objectives, I think that really good. And about time, I'd say. So that's another reason for taking out these nice-to-have projects so you can meet your financial objectives and not break the bank on the rates. But I certainly support that.
I raised that because you seemed to didn't really understand why we're going to
well,
depreciation.
Yeah, that's you actually read it. That's great. Yeah, the council officer explained that for lumpy investments we need to put some money aside, but for underground services where it's not lumpy, we're doing bits all the time, we shouldn't need to put aside any money. We should just be doing the work.
And if we had have done depreciation funding since 1967. And hence rates would have been higher, then we wouldn't need partly the reasons as why we're having these big commitments.
Yeah, I think that I do agree with the previous two speakers. But I think taking out some of these nice to have projects, pavings from Main Street, I think you could pare the rates back a bit. They're still going to be nasty, I think, but a bit less nasty.
Yeah. So you talked about Ferguson Drive. You said the only significant change could take place if could you just explain what you meant on that?
Well, painted cycle lanes, such as you have in Goodshed Road, increased crash rate for cyclists. That NZTA research report shows that what you've got to have is some physical barrier between the traffic and the cyclists. And Wellington City Council are doing a pretty good job on that. So you need a concrete nib wall or something like that. And it would be quite a major project, would cost a lot. And Island Bay was initially only paint that marked these protected lanes, but they're pretty much the standard worldwide that you've got to protect cyclists from motor vehicles with something other than paint.
It'll be like bus lanes being painted.
Well, bus lanes are usually only painted, but for a protected cycle lane, you need a concrete nib wall or fiberglass posts or something like that.
Okay, any other questions? No? Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Our next person is John Gwilliam. If you'd like to come, you're more than welcome to take a seat or stand, whichever is comfortable.
I'm happy to stand. Thank you.
Just to give you, because you've just walked into the room, we'll be ringing the bell after 4 minutes to let you know. Please, if you can finish within the 5, then it gives the opportunity of the councillors to use the other 5 minutes asking questions.
Sure.
So when you're ready.
Thank you, Councillor Swales. I did ask the officer, Christine, I think, to circulate some additional notes to my submission because I'm really, really concerned about this LTP, proposed LTP. I hope that you guys sit down and do some substantial working on it. I made some general comments there, and they are strong comments, and I want to move on from those because I think we have to be positive. How do we deal with the issues you guys are facing with? Because I accept you have got some tough decisions to make, as you've said in your opening part of the consultation document. This LTP, as it stands, is going to be the end of Upper Hutt. You're raising rates 20% plus for the next 3 years. You're cutting services. Our friends down the road, I think, are looking at 16%. Wellington, the same. You might as well say, well, why should Upper Hutt remain as a separate city? Because that cost in rates is just going to be totally prohibitive for people to look at Upper Hutt as separate from the wider regional area. So this document I am really concerned about. It needs complete reworking. So what I've come up with is some suggestions as how you might do that. The very first thing is funding depreciation. This was not an oversight from previous councils. It was a deliberate decision that previous councils made when I was on council and even at the last LTP in 2021. And I've attached there the actual comments you guys made in the when I say you guys, most of your councillors were here in 2021 on that LTP as to why not funding depreciation was okay, because we were funding replacement of assets, infrastructure assets by way of debt. And in my view, this intergenerational equity argument, which is extremely important for infrastructure assets, is best dealt with simply by debt, because that enables the existing ratepayers to be repaying that debt that's been taken out to fund those large assets. What you're doing here now is you're trying to do both. You continue on with debt repayments that you're already committed to and indeed going to increase, and you're also going to fund depreciation. So it's a double whammy for current ratepayers. They're both paying for the assets they've got at the moment in terms of the debt they're repaying, and they're being asked to pay some more to put aside for depreciation. In my view, depreciation is a bit of an accounting adjustment. People use it for obviously tax purposes. It's not relevant so much to council. But what it means is that is a significant extra burden that current ratepayers are having to pay for assets which have not yet are not yet in existence. It's a bit like building what it is. It's building up a maintenance fund, a long-term maintenance fund, so that that can be funded in the future. Saving up for an asset that you haven't yet got. That's what I see depreciation is. So, quite simply, there is no need to fund depreciation. Go back to the discussion we had in 2021 when the LTP then was adopted. I've set out there my comments on that, in particular certain statements in the current consultation document that I don't agree with. Balanced budget, yeah, great. And of course it's mandated in the Local Government Act. But that shouldn't, and the Local Government Act recognises it, that it shouldn't be the be-all and end-all, that there are circumstances where local authorities can operate without a balanced budget. I'm not saying that should be a continual thing. So my answer here, and I know it's a view shared by a lot of submitters you've already got, why is this aim to have that balanced budget within 5 years? You could push it out to 10, and that is going to alleviate the burden on current ratepayers. Three Waters. I'm sorry if I'm pushing another barrel with Wellington Water. In my last term on council, I was really concerned at the level of service we were getting from Wellington Water, and I have to say those concerns remain. I think we need to review Wellington Water. I'd rather flippantly put in a comment that we should take back our water. I know that has its own implications, but we should at least see whether Wellington Water are doing the appropriate thing. Another way you can ease that rates burden is this business case you're doing on water meters, something which this community, I think, are going to be resistant to, although I accept they're probably going to be inevitable. You know, nearly 500,000, sorry, my figure in there is wrong, it's not 50 million, it's I think about 560,000, so my apologies for that. But that is a significant sum that could help, again, smooth that rates burden, and you could push it out to the 4th year, by which time you may be well aware as to whether council, whether the central government, what they're doing on Three Waters, because it's still a bit unclear. And it may be that there is some financial assistance coming from central government. We just don't know. Turning to rating policy, I don't know why there's these other targeted rates. Government compliance, really what difference it makes, apart from, as I suggest, a political statement. The other thing is that my 5 minutes is.
That's 5 minutes, but you can continue. Entirely up to you, John.
Look, very briefly on the rating policy, this idea to put a very high differential on vacant properties or derelict buildings. Look, it's really, I can see why it's a bit of a punishment to those people to upgrade their properties. But my view is that the administrative costs of doing that, going around checking all these houses, opening it up to neighbourhood disputes, really do you want to buy into that argument? And it's not going to really move the rates burden at all, because the idea of it is you want people to upgrade their properties. So you want them to come off that high differential. And I just think the work involved with it is just not worth it. And just finally, on maintaining services, God's sake, keep your community grants. That's the human face of this government, of this council, and even the activation program. Let the kids still play their floorball. I mean, this is just petty little stuff. You're not going to save much money. But I agree, some of those other grants can go, given the financial situation you face. So I'll leave it there. I'm sorry, I've tried to keep with my 10 minutes. I did ask for 10, but I was told, no, it's going to be 5.
No, you do have 10, but the other is for questions. So I open it up to my colleagues. Councillor Griffiths.
Oh, right. Thank you, Carmen. It's always nice to hear your opinion. Do you have an opinion, please, on our derelict commercial buildings? You talked about the residential stuff. I'm more interested in the buildings that are empty along Main Street and how we could get some kind of control on that. We don't know.
Sure, and I thought about that because I said actually, there are two properties that made me think. One, Councillor Swayze is well aware of. That's Uncle Jack's place in Gloucester Street, and our friend the Criddles building is obviously what you're asking about. And yes, there needs to be some way of getting these people to upgrade their properties. But of course, the problem is with this differential rate you're proposing, I don't know with our friend Mr. Budge whether it's going to make any difference. I don't know if it's on a title with the rest of them all. I don't know the actual administrative cost involved in using a differential rate to make them do what you need to do. But I do agree something has to be done. And whether there are some tools that you may already have in terms of unsafe, unsanitary buildings, and you may have looked at that. It's a way of doing it. But I don't see it as a way to do it through a rates differential, which is really just a punitive way of getting things done.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Wheeler.
Thank you, John, for coming. Talk about the rates itself over high burden over that 3-year period. Would you see if the rates were fairly high in the first year, it's smoothed out over the next 9 years after that?
Well, I mean, ideally, I'd like to see. I know from previous exercises you guys tortuously go through in terms of trying to get that rates burden affordable. I would prefer not to see a spike the first year. I accept that usually the first 3 years are perhaps a little bit higher, but that's been more in the sense of where you've got particular programs or activities you want to do. This is really turn that on its head, in that there's no really new stuff you've got in there, apart from the elephant, two doors down, where I submitted a couple of years ago and told you guys, yes, there's a cheaper option, but I won't go there, sorry. I would like to see the rates burden. I don't like to see a high peak in the first year. I just think, I accept perhaps the first 3 years might be slightly higher as you move out to 10 years. And by, just looking at, first of all, balanced budget, put that over 10 years. The thing with water meters, you can push that out to the 4th year. And that, $500,000 is quite a significant cost. I must say, that's a lot for a business case for something probably is going to tell you what you already know and which your community is going to submit to you against. So, you've got to be aware of that.
Councillor Griffiths.
You brought up the water meter, 500,000, 550 million. If we just skip the investigation work and just went straight to water meters in the outer years, would that be a better solution rather than wasting the 50,000?
Well, I do actually see some merit in that, because I think that's the way central government are going to be forcing councillors to go. And I often wonder why 5,563,000, whatever it was, on a business case is really a whole waste of time. And the other side of that, as I say, is this government, this coalition government, needs to sort out its 3 waters policy. And it may be there is some, I guess you can't hold your hopes out. There might be some central government funding that may alleviate that burden on councils. But I just see a waste to spend $500,000 on a business case when you don't really know what central government are doing.
One of the comments
Yes.
One of the comments made by Councillor Swales earlier was that if we were to implement any new builds in a water meter and then slowly bring in, phased water metering over X amount of years, we'd certainly alleviate some of that burden. It's going to come on us. Like say if the government picks up some of the tab later on, great.
Yeah, and in fact, I understood, sorry, I could be wrong. I thought water meters, this whole new development down that's been going on, usually there has to be a provision for a water meter put into new properties anyway. So
Provision.
you're saying no, sorry, council.
Is that at 4, not with?
Only water neutral in terms of water runoff. Right, can I ask?
Yeah, certainly, Councillor Carson.
One of the reasons the business case was a political decision to put it in as a result of Simeon Brown's letter to us to show that we're actually doing something, point number 1. The other question is though that there isn't any clarification yet whether it should be capital funded by loans or at least, because overseas water meters are actually put in by a company and council, local authority leases the water meters and hence the maintenance of it. So that's another reason why we were exploring the business case as part of that, because no one's done any work on leasing water meters rather than buying water meters.
Is that because leasing, sorry, I shouldn't be asking you a question, but
Yes,
I mean, I don't think the other council does lease though, do they?
No, they don't.
It's cost.
Yeah, you're right, John, that other councils don't. They've put them in and they've installed them. Yeah.
They've never looked at leasing.
No. So we're right on time unless there are any other questions. I'd just like to thank you for coming along and appreciated your
My apologies for my strong comments to start, but I hopefully I took a deep breath and got it.
constructive criticism is always welcome, and it is a draft.
I think you guys are doing the best you can and what's a tough situation.
Okay,
Good luck.
thank you, John. Our next submitter is Amanda Smith. Welcome, Amanda. I don't think I need to go over the 4-minute bell, then the 5-minute, and then the opportunity for us to ask questions.
Yes, got that.
The floor is yours.
Morning, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I've got 2 messages. First one is that I think you should stick to your proposed rate increases. No one is more surprised than me that I've come to that position, but I thoroughly read the long-term plan and did some other research, and it seems to me that you're in a position where you really have to. And for these reasons, you're right up against your debt ceiling. Now, I take a slightly different view on the balanced budget. I think it's going to take you 6 years to get there. And I would view not running a balanced budget over the last however many years as part of the problem that we're dealing with now. So it's the issues we've got now are partly stemming from not doing that. And also the forecast infrastructure renewals that you've got in the plan are pretty enormous. I mean, particularly past year 10, there's this big jump up, and where I guess we're saying, well, how's that supposed to get dealt with? And even the comments in the water section in the long-term plan, you're saying that what you're proposing is quite a big increase in expenditure, but there's still renewals that you're not going to be doing. So that got me worried that these increases aren't even enough. Now, I've read recently in the press about the possibility of a regional CCO, and I don't understand exactly how that would work, but I imagine it will help to lower the cost collectively for everybody in the region. But I can't see, it can't be a silver bullet that somehow saves us from all this expenditure. One way or another, taxpayers or ratepayers are going to have to pay for it. I noted in my written submission that when I read the long-term plan, you had a good explanation of what the reasons for the increases were listed there, but I found it quite a struggle to get my head around what was really driving it. And I just thought, in terms of presentation, that perhaps if you had what we call a waterfall chart, where you start off with, like, say you start off with the current rates now, and then you show in steps how you get to the rates you need in 3 years' time. And even the exercise for councillors of getting your finance team to do that might be illuminating to understand, well, okay, how much is from higher interest rates, how much is from inflation, how much is from not running a balanced budget in the past, and that might be useful. Secondly, like everybody else, I guess, I think perhaps a harder look at cutting services that you provide. I notice in the long-term plan you've still got, albeit perhaps deferred, plans for a community hub. And as other people have talked about, there's a nice-to-have bucket of things that you could do. But I just see this asset renewal program as being so pressing and enormous that perhaps those nice-to-have things need to be parked somewhere until we've got the financial resources to do it. I was also thinking about the process of managing growth. So generally we'd see growth in the city as being a good thing, but it needs to be sustainable. And so instead of just accommodating whoever wants to come here, maybe we need to think about it slightly differently, even to the point of looking at your development contributions where you're going to increase them. And you said that's so that new people and developers are going to pay their fair share. Well, I'm wondering maybe they should pay from here more than their fair share, given what current ratepayers are dealing with and the backlog of asset renewals that needs to happen. So would that be a terrible idea, saying, well, maybe they've been underpaying for years, maybe now they get to overpay? And finally, I think the topic of amalgamation, I can only imagine that that has come up, and that perhaps it should be something you could look at least with the Hutt Valley. And I don't know whether you have done any work on it, but it might pay to actually do that set of work. Because there might be something happen that forces you into it. And it's like most things to do with my experience with regulatory environments, it's better to have done the work yourself and get there rather than be in a position where someone's saying to you, right, this is now happening. So that's my final suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. I'd like to now open it up to any of my colleagues who may have some questions for you. Amanda, I've got a couple of questions if my colleagues don't. So in the LTP, normally we review it in a 3-year cycle, which is what was alluded to by the previous speaker. So when you're looking at those projects that are in the first 3 years, because you've gone and talked about the community hub, which is in year 5, are there any particular projects that you think we should be deferring from the documents? There was the Akateroa Cemetery, there was the roundabouts, the widening of Coach Park Bridge, a couple of those things here, which quite, add up to quite significant amounts of money.
No, I did look at that and I didn't immediately think that you should draw a line through any of those. I don't know about the second phase of the H2O, is that further out as well?
That's in year 7.
Right, yeah. No, I suppose it was really some of those longer term projects. I mean, I don't have a great list of big things you could do, but I suppose, looking at other councils' long-term plans, all of them are doing something. And I don't know if you've had the chance to go through and get some of their good ideas. And so it may just be a big series of small things that you do that will help.
So you're quite comfortable with the rates rise that we're proposing, and that you don't see that could possibly have a detrimental impact on the community?
I do see that. I wouldn't say I'm comfortable, but
I just wanted to check whether you were all right.
No, I think the problem is, I found a chart online, and it was some kind of taxpayers union or whatever study, and they showed the average rates across all the regions of New Zealand, and Upper Hutt appeared right at the bottom of the list. And so you look at that and you go, well, how can that be right? That's where our rates should be. I mean, it doesn't stack up. If you look at it like that, as saying, well, the only reason we've gotten away with that is because we can't be spending the same kind of money that other people are, well, presumably hopefully on infrastructure. But, that signaled to me something was wrong with the settings that we've had all these years. I mean, I enjoyed it. I moved down from Auckland some years ago, and I thought, oh, these rates are great. It's cheap. But I didn't fully understand that we were probably undercharging for years, and we haven't built up that fund for asset renewal. I mean, fully funding depreciation it's just like, it's pretty simple to imagine. If you're a truck driver, you own your own truck. They often get in trouble, apparently, where they're in their P&L, they're making a depreciation allowance, but they're not putting the money aside. So when the truck's clapped out and they've got to replace it, they've got no funds to do it, so they go broke. And so it's essential that the council gets itself, puts that money aside for these asset renewals. And unfortunately for us, we're sort of 20 or 30 years down the track of assets that need renewal now. So I don't see how we can, that's just the unfortunate reality. And that will be hard for people, but I guess you need to take account of that in your rates, rebate and remissions policy, that there will be some people who really struggle and the rest of us need to help them.
Okay, thank you very much. No other questions. Thank you. Our next person is Dominic. Yeah. Please come. Dominic, I'm not quite sure whether you heard, we give you a bell at 4 minutes and then another one at 5.
No problem.
And if you leave enough time for us to ask some questions, it would be appreciated.
Of course, no problem.
So the floor is yours.
Cool, perfect. Thank you. Oh, that one. Here we go. I'm looking on the wrong side. There you go. There we go. Oh,
It will be populated.
no problem at all. Yeah,
So just point this our
absolutely.
direction.
No problems at all. Well, thank you very much for having me this morning, considering our submission. And thank you very much for all the funding that we have received over the last number of years. We've always appreciated the support and the great work that the council does, and all your employees as well, who have always been nothing but friendly and very helpful. Obviously, I produced quite a long document for you to go through, which has a lot of information on it. We've only got 4 minutes today, so I'm going to focus on 2 requests. One is, firstly, I know councils are under a lot of pressure, as are Wellington Free Ambulance. You know, our need in the community, our demand and our services going up every month, as our costs are as well year by year. To give you an example about our sort of costs at the moment, pre-COVID, we had 75% funding from national government, and we had to raise $7.5 million. Since then, our funding from government has gone up from 75 to 82%, and our fundraising efforts have actually stayed consistent at $7.5 million per year. Unofficially, at the moment, from 1st of July onwards, we are more likely than not going to be advertising or showing that we actually have to raise $8 million a year. So you can see our costs have significantly gone up. Since 2015, we have been asking all councils to basically fund us at $1 per head of population. We don't think that is an unreasonable ask. I think we've proved over the years that, you know, our service is very valued within the community. And we're looking to still get some of those councils up there. We really appreciate the $30,000 that you did give us last year. Don't get me wrong, it made a massive difference. And, you know, more often than not, all that funding goes towards operational costs of the Upper Hutt station, ambulance station that we have. One thing that I would, apart from just the $1 per head, which is very important, I also want to focus on the fact that obviously we apply for funding to the council every year from the community grant. We would like to propose that we slightly change that. As I've seen from the information that has been given to me over the years, the pressure on that grant is ever increasing. I believe that, you know, back in 2019, the funding pool was 129,000. It's only gone up to 130. But last year, you know, it was looking at sort of $500,000 and upwards that people were applying for grants. So we would like to propose that we, as part of the long-term plan, we actually have a long-term agreement for sort of 3 years of funding. And we would like to tie that to population and population growth within that time. If I just try and go to the next slide. First slide, obviously, is just, you know, that's what we do on a year-by-year basis. All those numbers are going up. The only one that doesn't go up is the top right-hand corner of $0, which it costs to every single member of you know, this area and the whole WFA region. Very unique, obviously, to New Zealand, as I'm sure you're all well aware. That next one is coming up. Oh, we good? There we go. Okay, so this graph is just to show you, you know, the funding that we get from Upper Hutt City Council is significant. But just to rest assure you, obviously, we want to push you up to the population, which I have for hopefully, you know, we're looking at sort of about 49,500 pushing up to sort of 50 and towards 51. We do have some of our councils who have been at $1 per head per funding for a number of years, but as you can see from the right-hand side of that bar chart, you know, there is a long way to go still. You know, one or two significantly contribute or should be contributing within that bar graph. I'm not going to name any names, but it possibly might be the biggest one in our region. But you didn't hear that from me. The one on the left obviously shows that we're not a million miles away, but we would really love to push you up to that, you know, $1 per head of population. And instead of having a constant amount over the next 3 years, actually give ourselves you know, a variable that allows us to push up. I took all the stats from, you know, some pretty reliable sources, which sort of show that, you know, at the moment we're looking at you know, 1.3% over the next from the last 5 years to 2023, which is actually in Upper Hutt, it's the same as New Zealand's national average. So, you know, it's not a massive increase year on year, but we would love to keep it to that. You know, obviously we do more than just, the proposal is all around emergency ambulance service, IEAS, but obviously we're a lot more than that. PTS is obviously significant and will get more and more significant as our population ages. And, you know, we basically have more and more of a need across the whole of our region. Belle's gone. I am open to all sorts of questions.
You still had another minute.
That's all right. That's okay. I have a feeling, most of my information's there. I've just got a feeling there's probably some questions coming. Right. So
I'd like to open it up to any of my colleagues. Do you have any questions for Dominic? Councillor Wheeler.
Hey, Dominic, do you rely on your funding from councils only? Do the central government help you out at all?
Yes, so we are at 82% from of our funding per year comes from national government.
The other question is, do you think it should be all central government should be funding for all of the communities?
Well, if that's the case, then it would have to be from top to bottom, from Cape Reinga all the way to Bluff, if that was going to be the case.
This isn't St. John's. They do get a lot more funding from government.
No, it's all proportionate. So the funding from government is one big pool, and there's 9 ambulance services within New Zealand. 7 of them are helicopters, and the other 2 are land, and then proportionally it's then divided up between St. John and ourselves, which is roughly a sort of 80-20 split. So councils, even though we do, I guess without trying to put, you know, sort of, you know, put the screws on, you know, that sort of 300 to 500,000 is that's from all our councils. That's all 8 councils in our region. When we have to raise $7.5 to $8 million a year, it's still quite a small number. It's not like we're asking for the earth here. So we feel it is reasonable to ask for $1 per head of population and evenly spread it across our region.
Any other questions? Dominic, I have one. So obviously I'm assuming you're going to be presenting to all the other TAs in the LTV.
Yes, we are, yes.
With a very similar proposition to... Exactly
the same proposition, pretty much, yes. I've already delivered to Kapiti. I've got you guys today. There's Pororua tomorrow. You guys, you know, all at the same time, roughly. So yes, we are doing, there's nothing different. The only difference would be that there's 1 or 2 councils that are already at $1 per head. So our ask is just to make it flexible throughout the next 3 years. So we're not, you know, we've got increment jumps as opposed to always having to come back every 3 to 5 years and ask for a bigger increase. We're just looking for small increases every year, depending on what's happening with the population count.
Thank you. With them being no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
So with the other councils,
yes,
are they all contestable grants you get, or do councils actually allocate a certain amount of money to this?
Most councils, about 80 to 90% of councils allocate actual funding to us over a sort of 3-year agreement. Yeah, so Upper Hutt and 1 other council are the only ones that we have to apply to on an annual basis for a community type grant.
Just then a subsequent question, are those grants that, or the documents or agreements that we have with the other councils, are they tied to the population or is it tied to a amount of money?
What has happened in the past with a lot of them is a majority of them are tied to the population, but it's agreed at the beginning of a 3-year cycle. So it's the consistent amount over 3. So then when we go back to them, it's a bigger jump as opposed to what we're asking is those small sort of 1.3% increment increases every year rather than having to go back to that bigger jump, which is always a harder one for people to agree to.
Okay. All right then. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much.
Sorry,
no,
Councillor Kerry.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Sprang in my head last minute, but we're considering the air ambulances in this as well. Is
Yes.
it somewhere you're working in sort of competition or? In
No, not at all. We have a memorandum of understanding between us and Lifelight. And one thing that a lot of people don't know, and it's absolutely fine, they don't know, but it's up to us to educate it, is that the life-saving paramedics, the skills, the medical skills on those helicopters are our people. They're full-time employees of Wellington Free Ambulance. We're the ones that kind of pay their salaries and train them up and do all of that. And actually with some of the equipment that is over there, medical wise, that is stuff that we have to fund ourselves. So every time I go out for funding for pieces of, high-tech life-saving equipment, I'm going for particular ambulances, particular critical care cars, or ambulance stations, and then Lifeline as well. Cool. Thank you very much, everyone.
Do another scope around.
Yeah.
Sure, Dominic. Yeah. No, it looks like it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Best of luck with your other presents.
Thank you. Well, you guys are very smiley and welcoming, so I'm hoping it's going to be okay. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person I'd like to call up to present is Chris McDowall, submission 355. For those, my colleagues, it's on page 261. I'll just wait for them to come to because it is a bit out of sync to what we have.
What was that page number again?
261, councillor. Okay, I think we're ready. When you're ready, Chris.
So, kia ora koutou, ko Chris McDowall, tōku ingoa. I'll just introduce myself a little bit first. I'm from Hamilton originally, came down to Wellington to go to university where I met the person who's now my wife. And then we moved up here to Upper Hutt, coming up 6 years ago in August. And now we have a toddler. So we love Upper Hutt. We think it's a great place for a young family. And we both have works down in, we both have jobs down in Wellington, but definitely see Upper Hutt as a really good home and place to raise our family. I've sent through my submissions basically just based on the consultation document, and I filled out the survey and went through line by line and answered each question. And then there was an option to come and do an in-person submission as well. And I thought, oh well, why not? Flexible working allows for things like this, so I'll give it a go. And really today I just sort of draw your attention to two pieces of feedback that I have. And then if there's a bit of time at the end, I can go through my laundry list of a couple of other things as well. But the first major thing I wanted to put to you is around the sustainability stimulus grants. It looks like the proposal in the LTP is to remove those. What I'd say to that is it's not a good idea. If I definitely appreciate there's lots of pressure to reduce costs, but maybe the council could consider reducing the total amount of funding available through those grants. You could cut it by 50%, but still keep the grant scheme. Maybe there are administrative overheads that you'd still be paying, but there are lots of other grants that you do. You could probably rationalise that. I think that would be just keeping something there would be really, really valuable. Where I'm coming from here is that I'm a member of the Pest Free Upper Hutt group, who you might have heard of before, and not a very committed member. We're very super involved, but we run our little patch in Tordera Park, checking traps and getting people signed up to put rat traps in their backyards. And I understand that someone else in this group, a professional pest contractor called Chris Crosslett, has successfully applied for this grant in the past to do a lot of really cool trapping and poisoning along the western Hutt escarpment between Riverstone Terraces and sort of Manor Park area, Haywoods area. That's been a really cool project, and it's part of that vision of having pest-free zone around in the hills and forest around Upper Hutt. And that's a really standout example of what these grants have enabled. It means that volunteers can get on with doing volunteering and putting their free labour to work, but there's just a bit of money to cover things like traps or bait or whatever it might be, which those volunteers would otherwise be wasting their time, doing fundraising for. So I think it's a really good return on investment when that grant allows for work like this to happen. And even if you had to shave it off a bit, keeping it one way or another, I think would be really, really important. It's certainly something I'd accept a modest rates rise for if that was to stay. So that's the first thing that I wanted to put to you. The second thing that I wanted to put to you was about fresh water supply and in particular water metering. I'm personally a big fan of water meters and don't think they can come here soon enough. I did a quick bit of reading about this, and I think Cobb introduced them a while ago, and if I read it right, it looks like they've reduced their water consumption by 70% following the introduction of those water meters. I could have that number slightly wrong, but it's a big deal. Reading the media commentary about water metering is often a bit frustrating for me. It seems obvious that having a water meter in each household will help with the identification and prioritisation of leaks, help with planning out, new water pipes, and you can't, what's the saying? You measure what you treasure. Definitely in my professional life in central government, working with data, it's ridiculous to spend millions or tens of millions of dollars on stuff without having an informed view of what you're doing. So yeah, get on with the water meters. It looked like there was an alternative option in the LTP to do a business case for them in the next financial year. So I definitely recommend doing that and getting with the business case and trying to get the ball rolling. And I appreciate that there's a certain amount of political risk for yourselves as councillors with something like water meters. They're often not a popular thing for some reason, but if you can get ahead of that negative sort of view and try and make the case that it might be neutral overall for an average household, they're going to get a water bill, sure, but the rates bill might come down by the equivalent amount. So that's what I'd say there. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very, very much. I'd now like to give the floor to Councillor Kerry.
I think 30% was the figure for it's still significant.
But might be other research and other.
No. But yeah, same. I'm 100% on board with you with that. With the sustainability grants, I've got a question. So there's some groups, and I think it's a conversation I want to have. We don't always necessarily get the outcome we're trying to seek with the grants. So is there possibly a different way we could do that with target groups or outcomes or types of work like trapping, like so this.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the Pest Free Upper Hutt group, speaking slightly cheekily on their behalf, would love to have a more sort of direct relationship with council and talk about the outcomes that they're trying to achieve and all of that. I suppose there's more work involved in measuring and quantifying all of those outcomes and so on, but I'm sure the Pest Free Upper Hutt group would be up for that. If it's about biodiversity, if that's an outcome that you want, then that group is certainly right up there. Yeah, there are lots of other outcomes. I mean, I've looked through the list of grants that have been given out, and it's a whole hodgepodge of things. Maybe that's what you're saying. If the council want to really focus on biodiversity, that makes a lot of sense to me. And maybe you could have a more targeted look at groups like Pest Free Upper Hutt then. Yeah.
Councillor Holderness.
You kind of answered a little bit of my question already, which was, would you be happy to pay more? Which was a yes. But having looked at through the LTP proposal, were there any areas where you thought maybe we could get push out some projects or drop them off for now or anything else to kind of offset some of the community grants?
Yes. I didn't get to that, sorry, but I think you'd suggested stopping fund grants, you'd suggested economic development stimulus grants. I think cutting out those things, I could wear that if cuts had to be made somewhere. And yeah, and that's it really. Yeah.
Councillor Carson.
I think Councillor Holderness is suggesting that in addition to what's been proposed in the long-term plan, are there any other areas to fund grants?
Yeah, well, I haven't had the chance to run my eye over all of your expenditure as a council, I suppose, but one thing that I've heard other councils have done is cutting back on mowing parks. I think Hamilton City Council might have done this where they trialled letting the grass just go nuts for about 6 months or maybe even 12 months without ever seeing a lawnmower sort of turned into a paddock. But community feedback, I think, while maybe slightly polarised, was overall positive. And there's a huge amount of green space out here. I don't know if the City Council's responsible for doing the area between the stop banks, or if that's the Regional Council, I don't know how that works, but in any case, maybe you could look at some parks where it's not, super important, then maybe less well used, and you could, let them go to paddocks. That's got biodiversity benefits as well, of course, and it would certainly save a bit of money, I imagine. That's just one idea.
Councillor Wheeler.
I might have just missed it, but you talked about lessening grants, but in your submission, you talk about we should stop community grants.
Oh, well, I think keeping the grant scheme there is important. You could just reduce the amount of funding that you're giving out through that scheme.
Any other questions from my colleagues? Chris, I just want to thank you for a first-time submitter. I hope you're not going to be the last time that you're going to do this. It would be great to have this continuing conversation.
Good, thank you.
Okay. Our next submitter is Joe Grant. Is Joe in the room? Yeah.
Joe.
For my colleagues, Joe Grant's submission is on page 232. So before we start, Joe, I just thought that I'd communicate that you've got 5 minutes. A bell is going to go at 4 minutes, but it still means it's just preparing you that you've got another minute. Then we've got 5 minutes left for the councillors to ask you questions. But if you go over time, that's fine as well. But I'm sure my colleagues would love the opportunity to ask you questions. So in your own time when you're ready.
Thank you. Just have some material to
Oh, absolutely. Yes. One of my officers. Thank you very much, Lisa.
You like the day of school for this, or just a little bit of fun?
Just a little bit.
No.
You want to be back at school, don't you? Thank you.
Okay, my colleagues have their pieces of paper, so in your own time.
Kia ora koutou, kua hui mai nei ki tēnei hui, ki te kōrero i ngā kaupapa. For Joe Grant toku ingoa, and I am the manager of UHub.
Kia ora koutou. Ko rungutaka te mauna ko ākaina te awa. No Wellington Free ko Kōkiri te mera, ko Upper Hutt te kura, ko Yogobi toku whānau, ko Kala toku nini, ko Phernne toku mama, ko Kejora toku ingoa ki e tupu ana kākano hei rākau nui. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, ne tātou katoa. Thanks for letting us speak today. Kids like being listened to. We represent lots of kids in Upper Hutt. Last year, we got to be a part of a group that helped us design UHub. UHub is a world first right here in Upper Hutt. It is a hub for kids aged 0 to 12 years old and their family. We hear adults and the council talking about how times are tough at the moment. Well, growing up isn't easy. And it's not easy for our families either. UHub is making a village where you aren't alone. People can help you and you can figure out what to do next. We know you don't have a lot of money, but we think you should spend it on a place that helps the whole community. We think you should let groups and people who help kids and family like UHub be based on the Hapai rooms. At the moment, you help with lots of little rooms and spaces. for the Brits, but we think you should put all that money together and use it to run the Hutt rooms for the community.
We think if Upper Hutt people have a nice space to meet and connect, then people come up with really good ideas to help themselves and the whole community.
When you invest in kids like us, then the whole community does well.
When times are tough, people need to come together and please create a community hub in the Hutt rooms where everyone wants to go and where kids and adults can figure out how to help ourselves and each other. This will help every kid in Upper Hutt learn heaps at school and have a great future.
Oh, kia ora koutou, I'm Shelley. I'm a learning support coordinator and I work at UHub, and I just had a few words from the board to share. More than ever, kids and their families need options. They need counsel and community to try something collaborative and new, a different approach towards a vibrant and hopeful future for our young people and for Upper Hutt. UHub has been established to support, empower and enhance the mana of whānau and tamariki. Hāpai was established to give support, to empower and give Upper Hutt citizens great opportunities in life. Enabling UHub to utilise Hāpai would mean its legacy continues for generations. Ngā mihi nui ki a koutou. Thank you for the work that you do as well.
Kia ora. Councillor Kerry. You have some questions.
Super brave to come here and talk like this, so well done. What's your favourite thing about UHub?
Probably people being happy.
Yeah, nice. Awesome.
Councillor Holdness.
Thanks for coming. Is it a pretty busy place when you go to UHub? Are there lots of people there are using it?
I think so, yeah. It is. It is very busy, isn't it? I think been operating for about 7 weeks now and had over 50 firemen come in and use the Connect with UHub. So we're thrilled with the start so far.
Any other questions from my colleagues around the table? I just want to reiterate what both Councillor Holdens and Greer said. It's a brave person to come in and face strangers that you don't know to ask for something that's very precious to you. So thank you very, very much. And in our deliberations, we will take on board your recommendations and you will get some feedback from us so that you'll know whatever our decision is when we decide what it is. So once again, thank you very, very much for coming along.
Thank you so much for your time. I wondered if we'd be able to have a photo of the children with you. Their families asked might not be appropriate, which is
we've got time. We do. Yeah, absolutely.
We are on Facebook.
Yeah.
Live?
Live, cool.
Councillors, yeah, come in. Would you like to come up the top here? Come up the top. Absolutely. So here you go. And I'm sure that you bring the other chair over. I'll have you sitting here. And if you come up the top as well. Yeah, that's it. Push your hands. How's this? Yeah.
Oh, that wonderful smile of yours.
You better be smiling to get you.
The leaders of tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's very special. Thank you.
Right now, do you have to go back to school, do you?
I am so lucky to be going back to school.
Might be a donut.
Oh, yes. Can I come?
Thank you for.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for coming.
Bye. Let's follow that.
Oh, I know. Sorry, Paul. Sorry, Paul, it's you to fight.
I've got my own kids and grandkids.
We should start charging for
So in your own time.
Yeah, thanks for the speaking opportunity. So I'm Paul. I've lived with my wife in Upper Hutt for about 18 years now, owned a home in Silverstream and now live in Kingsley Heights. I might sound South African, but I've been a citizen about 25 years now. And I've got a business which I own in Wellington. I do ICT consulting, do budgets and forecasting for the likes of, that you basically see some of the big Australian banks. Well, I'm not an accountant. I don't do what you guys do. But for me, this actually all means nothing. My Upper community, my friends are going to be exposed to a rates increase of over 70% over the next 3 years. It's on top of insurance, other costs. It's not something they can afford. I can afford, but a lot of people can't. So we've got concerns in 3 areas. The first is I'm the chair of a small community group in Upper called Let Us Up. Now, you funded us $500 last year and a few dollars before that. Now, we operate almost completely through volunteers, but we make a difference to tens of women that need help every year. So the funding is not much, but it actually makes a difference to us. We don't have much of the funding. And I see you also fund through community funding, other groups like the CAB, Hangouts, Riding for the Disabled, Upper Autism Group. So $500 or $1,000 is not much to most people, but to these organizations, it actually makes a huge difference. It just means you can pay the power or pay for a morning tea and stuff like that. Secondly is I feel that the massive rate increases is going to be a huge problem in a less affluent cities such as Upper, we're on the bottom end of the scale. A large number of those that can afford a home will actually be struggling and going to be pushed to the limit. And those in rental homes or have rental homes, they're just going to push on the rents to the tenants, all this. And thirdly, to add to the pain, which is quite new, there's about 5,000 people made redundant in Wellington the last few months, including the likes of Spark and 1NZ, which is not being advertised as well. So these people are our friends, they live next to us, they're our neighbours. So I do understand you need to put the rates up, that's quite clear. But I have to ask you a few questions. Firstly would be, is the damage done to our community by doing away with $160,000 the community grants really worth it if we compare it to the billions we're going to spend on infrastructure and other things? Do we really need to spend millions more in a few years on the hydro pool while we already spent money? Is that not something we can push out a little bit potentially? And I do feel we're doing a bit of a rush of the spend on infrastructure and water, all that stuff. It's almost like it's a wave of people trying to do something. I do wonder if we actually have the capacity, even if we start now, to start those projects in time. So I'm a bit scared we're going to collect too much rates, which we won't be able to spend immediately. So maybe it is more prudent just hold back, slow it down a bit. And interest rates might drop very soon. I don't have a crystal ball, and employment might pick up again. So I would propose we approach this slightly, I call it more sensibly. So the first is the amount of work and money required for the infrastructure upgrades. Can we not spread it over a bit longer period of time and do it a bit slower at the start? And the second one is these big jumps, the 20% increases. Can we maybe start with single digits and do it in a few years' time with those big hits to go inside when these projects really kick in, the infrastructure spend? But coming back to Let Us Up, the charity I work for, we were looking for some cheap accommodation in the CBD. You see all these empty shops all over the place. And we went and asked if somebody was able to give us some cheap rent or even maybe to support a little community group that has no money. And I'll just say, dream on. There's absolutely nothing there. So I'm very supportive of the increase in the rates for occupied land and buildings. Let's put it even up more if somebody's vacant premises for 6 months or a year. And lastly, I just want to say, I really appreciate all the work you do. You know, as I say, I do budgets for big government. There's never enough money, and it's just how do you phase these things and make the books balance. And Upper Council has been very prudent in the past. We're probably the victims of low rates. I own a patch in the Wairarapa, which has got the most expensive rates, and Upper's got one of the lowest rates. It sort of evens out. So, but I just want to ask you, just don't destroy our community by these rates. If it's possible to just postpone them a bit, let's get back on our feet. And please keep the community grants. I think they're part of the heart of Upper. All I've got to say, thank you.
Well, thank you very, very much and well timed. Councillor Wheeler.
Hi, Paul. With the rates increases, would we be happy with a sharp increase to start with and then smoothed out over the next 9 years?
I would actually be more supportive of a, say, 10%, and then increase it after that. As I say, you know, this Wellington redundancy thing, I see it, you know, I work for a lot of government and private. There's lots of people up out that are going to have no job soon. They won't be able to afford these rates. So I would push them a bit later. I'm not sure how your loaning works against for capital, but I'm sure the interest rates can drop as well. So I would say do it in the middle of the hump and not now.
Okay, any other questions for Paul? So Paul, obviously, you know, 84% of our people do commute into the Wellington CBD, and I'm sure a lot of my colleagues around the table are aware that those redundancies are some quite big and significant numbers, and that we will be quite aware when we do our deliberations with regard to that. So talking about, you know, having like 10, if that wasn't realistic, but you've only given us a couple of things with the budgets that you work with in the different governments. Surely you would be supporting, or would you support, you know, a balanced budget being pushed out and possibly depreciation?
We normally do them over 10 to 15 years with depreciation and flat line. Yeah, and we don't front load them.
Right.
We actually what we call mobilization of a project, so allow 12 months to get up to speed for infrastructure stuff and then start the actual work. So usually the first year is actually cheaper than the next years, but after that it's flat line.
Right. Okay. Are there any other questions for Paul? Thank you very, very much for coming. And thank you for your time. I'm going to evacuate the seat now that my mayor is back. I've got your papers. That's yours, yeah. Yeah.
That's something.
You missed out on a photo opportunity. Oh, we had some amazing young people here. Yeah, we gave them your chair.
Sorry.
Find it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
So we're up to Emmeline. Yeah.
402, Emmeline.
Page 241.
Kia ora koutou, ko Emmeline Taptiklis. I work for Cancer Society Wellington Division, and I'm the Cancer Prevention Manager. We cover the area from Kapiti, Wairarapa, Upper Hutt, Lower Hutt, Wellington, Nelson and Marlborough, so we have quite a large area of coverage. And I'm responsible for supporting my team to work in delivering cancer prevention across the division. You're probably aware that half of all cancers are preventable, and that of those cancers, the biggest causes are smoking, alcohol, and to a lesser extent, UV exposure. These are areas which overlap with your area of responsibility. First, I'd like to commend you for your focus and your long-term plan on the well-being and the livability of your city. It is much to be commended. And I'd also like to point out to you the areas that you can overlap with our work in relation to your smoke-free and vape-free policies, the ability to now advance your local alcohol policy, and the provision of effective built and planted shade for all of your recreation services. Also like to note that there is a great ability to win-win benefits from carefully planned planted shade in terms of storm mitigation and your climate change responsibility. Principally though, I'm here today to submit in relation to your proposed cuts to your comm dev team. We have been working with this team for about a year now, developing a pilot project to engage rangatahi in your area in advocacy. I would like to submit to your council that whilst it's really important to plan for today and for those who are loud and vocal today and the ones that are paying the rates bill, it's really important to think about your future citizens and what is important to them. When we engage with these young people, the influence of alcohol, tobacco and vaping in their lives is of course highly prevalent in their day-to-day life. They are exposed to these harmful products, which are also addictive, both from the moment they wake up online, but on their journeys to and from schools and in their sports field and their everyday activities in the community. Your core pathway to understanding what is important to them in your council is through your comm dev team. It can be at times of needing to tighten belts that the focus goes onto hard infrastructure. And the human participants in your environment can be somewhat forgotten. And most especially, those who are not voting or paying the bill can be forgotten. Unfortunately, often our rangatahi fall into this grouping. For a council like Upper Hutt, I would submit that this is a very key part of your community to maintain your focus and engagement on, now more so than ever. The bulk of your future ratepayers is likely to be those people who are currently under voting age. I would submit that now is not the time to undermine that development, undermine the good work that you've done in building a team that is very effectively engaged with your youth, with your structures, with your schools, and in creating its own youth gatherings across your community. Listening to these rangatahi and enabling them to be able to have the tools to advocate, to engage with you in a way which is meaningful. And I think you'll all agree, for youth, and I know you had a couple of young children here just before, that this process and this space can be very confronting. I know from our initial conversations and workshops that we've done with the youth in your area, they have a lot of issues that are on their mind. And they also feel greatly frustrated in their inability to participate simply. So in closing, I'd like to commend you for the team. They are experts in the work that they do, and to submit that you would reconsider making it a priority to cut that as a service, and remember how important that is to you in building who you are in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Carey.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'm becoming increasingly aware with our kids at school where a group of year sevens recently suspended for drinking on the bus to school, and then kids, friends vaping, it's friends vaping and that, so I get that. What do you think the rate rises and the plans are likely to do in terms of that sort of effect on families and therefore role of the kids?
I think the key thing is cutting anywhere where you have access to their voice, because the industry doesn't sleep. They're not very well regulated in New Zealand in terms of alcohol exposure and vaping. Many of us in prevention will argue we've done a complete fail in regulating that industry. We need to remember that these products are highly addictive, and the earlier someone engages with them, the more likely they are to become addicted. Nicotine and alcohol both make permanent changes to brain development, which is not recoverable. we have youth as young as 10 vaping. So I would just suggest to you that you need to understand that you are in the space of health prevention, you're in the space of public health, and it's not a neutral space. The industry have much more power than all of us together, and much more money, and this is a battlefield for the mind and bodies of our youth. It's happening online, it's happening between each other, it's happening on their way to school, it's happening on their way home, it's happening every time they go to sports, every time they go and play, just to engage with their health. So, yeah, in the answer, I would think I would personally prioritise their ability to have them in the room at every point of the way, and particularly looking towards your your local alcohol policy.
Councillor Corbis.
Thanks for coming along. A few years ago, we had somebody maybe who did your job before you did your job, came and spoke to us about a licensing that would, they were looking at bringing in. Has there been any movement on that, or is there any
vaping?
Cigarette sales, vaping? At the moment, we have a liquor licensing which we control in-house. We can punish, shut down shops, all sorts of different things with that. But that at the moment, though, there's nothing in the cigarette vaping space.
Yes, can't say too much, but we are in negotiation with some other organisations, and we have an MP that is interested in looking at putting forward a private members bill to look at expanding your powers to cover tobacco, alcohol and vaping, kind of all in one, so that you could make plans and policies that would look at those as a single unit and not have to have this kind of fixie approach, and then you can consider what is harmful products to your community as a whole. If you're interested in that as a progressive, I'm very happy to come back and engage with you on it. It's likely that it may also need a remit to through LGNZ for you guys.
One answer for council, personally, I am.
Yes, Councillor Swales.
Thank you for coming along. So we've had other submitters recommend or suggest actually we look at a youth council or having a youth interaction. Obviously, that would be something that you would support.
Most definitely, yeah. We're finding that's working really well with other councils where they have that. And it really is a way to engage those youth and give them the tools to understand pathways for advocacy, effective processes, and for them to understand where is the level of activity that will work best for them in their topic. Like, is it a local or is it just a suburb, or is it more national, and how can they sort of build momentum?
Yeah. Thank you. No other questions? Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next in the car is 511, Angela McLeod. It's on page 245.
Thank you, Your Worship. Kia ora koutou, kaua e mate, peke mate, uroroa. Thank you for accommodating my oral submission today. You will have had many telling you that the rates increase is too much. It is. That there is no taste in the community for such an increase. Well, there isn't much. Research has shown that the community would handle an increase of 6%, and I implore you to think about that. And I know you are getting a stare from other residents in the community about what they want you to think about to bring the rates down to a palatable figure. I've seen a few of those ideas and they're good. I have no idea what discussions were had about the projects and spend, because there are no minutes of the workshops and there has been no public discussion. It just seems really odd to me that members of the public would think decisions have already been made when I know how workshops are held, that directions are given, and that the decisions are made on what goes in the consultation document are ratified at an extraordinary or even just an ordinary council meeting. But this one is huge and there was no debate in public. It really does look like decisions were made in the workshops. Be careful. By the way, I support the submission of John Gwilliam, excluding his rating differential piece. There are a few things, though, that are most disappointing to me, apart from the lack of vision, huge increase in rates and apparent disdain for the community. The LTP does not, in any way, shape or form, promote the economic, environmental, social or cultural well-being of the community. In fact, it dismantles it, with each stroke of the pen and vote to cut services, activities, staff and funding. It is in the Local Government Act, this promotion, and it's not promotion by way of advertising and marketing, it's promoting the four well-beings through projects, services, activities, engagement and funding. A question to ask yourself when you get to your deliberations and have heard and considered each submission is this. If I vote for this, will it promote the economic well-being of Upper Hutt? Will it promote the social well-being of my community? Will it promote the cultural well-being of my people? And will it promote the environmental well-being of Upper Hutt, urban and rural? Will I be able to stand hand on heart in front of future generations and say, I thought of you when I made this decision? And will you be able to stand hand on heart in front of those who are struggling under circumstances beyond their control, collapsing while they lose everything because their rates are nearly 20% year on year for 3 years and say, I thought of you, I did what I could? With the rural differential, I didn't agree when it was first decided to remove the rural differential, though not enough of us at the time agreed. And now you want to remove the high value residential, which will also impact rural residents. The rural residents who do not have the spoils of urban living. Footpaths, streetlights, and digital connectivity are examples. I'm not saying that rural Upper Hutt needs footpaths and streetlights. However, we do need digital connectivity, and I see no evidence in this LTP that there's even been any consideration given to facilitation or support for something your very own research showed was well below par. Another example of no appetite to promote, at the very least, the economic well-being of the community. And those of you who know me well will know that I'm incredibly disappointed with the proposals to cut funding to events, community development and economic development, and the corresponding cuts to activities and therefore staff. I live, work and play here in Upper Hutt and have done so for a long time and most of my whānau. My husband and I have owned a business for nearly 30 years. We're involved in and actively support community groups, and we do our best to support local initiatives and businesses. You cannot destroy the very social, cultural and economic environmental fabric of Upper Hutt. It's insane, it's inhumane and it's illegal. In this funding depreciation thing, what happened to our award-winning asset management plans? John Gwilliam said it all. I don't need to repeat his wise counsel. In this current economic, political and social climate, your community needs you more than ever. They need you to step up. They need you to throw out the roundabout projects. They are far less important for the community than a hub. If there is any possibility to pull back funding for the $1 million lights on a rugby field or a second learn to swim pool, which may put financial stress on 4, I think there's still 4, other learn to swim businesses, and God forbid water meters, please do. I'm calling on your compassion, your common sense and your heart for the sake of your people, the people that put you here to lead. Ko te amarangi ke mua, te hāpai o ke muri. Kia ora.
Any questions? Councillor Swales?
Thank you, Angela, for coming along and presenting to us. One of the couple of questions that I've got around the economics that you've said is one of our well-beings, and quite rightly so it is. But our GDP has been quite significantly high, and when you compare it to other councils, and I believe that we're one of the few councils in the Wellington region that has any development area that's here. Do you not see that actually to continue that particular fund would be detrimental and better for us to spend that money elsewhere and maybe some of your social accolades that you're promoting?
I don't see any evidence of you wanting to spend that money elsewhere, social, cultural, economic. The thing around the GDP is not the only measure of economic success, by the way. But the GDP is they're starting to shrink. I mean, all of the economic forecasts that are out there and feeling at how the businesses are happening now. Upper Hutt is a really interesting place because we are a satellite city to Wellington. A lot of our people that move out of Upper Hutt to work or work from home in Upper Hutt actually are the public servants, and they're losing their jobs. And in the business that I'm involved with, we are starting to see a difference in spend. And that's because they might still have their jobs, but they're uncertain of their future in the workforce. So they are not spending how they used to spend. And there are other retailers here or business people here around the table that will see that. So the GDP might have been good, but don't count on it being good for the next 3 or 6 years, honestly.
So you think attracting businesses is still worth?
Yeah, and supporting the businesses that are here. That's the thing. When you're in business and you're in retail especially, the first rule is look after the customers you've got. You know, grow your customer base, but, you know, those of you that have been, you know, we have to do that in this city, we have to. It's too small to not.
But I think following along your thread here, I quite rightly agree the disposable income is shrinking. So to grow the business would probably push people to online businesses. Is that something that
They could. And if there's a business opportunity there should be support for that business opportunity.
So we're not moving it away, we're just reducing the ability to fund to 100%. Okay.
Any other question, Councillor Carson?
I was wondering, Angela, what you're proposing to cut out, even if we stopped doing depreciation funding in the first 3 years and didn't do the Gibbons Street roundabout, which is in the second year, we will still not have sufficient money to stop being insolvent in the first 2 years. So how are we going to get down to 6% without being insolvent?
I haven't done those maths, but I would have thought you might have had those discussions in workshops, but I don't know if you have heard it wrong.
So that's the discussions we have in the workshop as a result of the 20% increases in order to remain insolvent in the next 2 years.
Any other questions? I must point out though, one of the things that you said in your presentation, that what we're doing is illegal. There is nothing illegal at all that we're doing. We're being very prudent. It's a time when we need to be looking at the financials of the city, and that's exactly what we're doing.
It's illegal if you're not promoting your economic, social, cultural or environmental well-being of the.
Well, we'll differ that.
That's the Local Government Act.
Nothing against the Local Government Act at all, but you questioned that we were doing something illegal. We are not. Any other questions? Thank you. We will now move to submit number 577. Phernne from Guilford Timber Company. Afternoon, is it? Yeah, it's afternoon. Yeah. 577. Hang on, I'll just get the page number. What was that? 577 it is. I'll find it.
Not 557.
Yeah.
That's 557, Your Worship, on page 248.
No, that's Guilford.
Oh.
Yep.
Should look like this without the highlight.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Phernne,
248.
248.
over to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Phernne Tancock and I'm the director of the Guilford Timber Company, who own the 330 hectare site known as the Southern Growth Area in our part. Guilford congratulate the council and the officers on the work undertaken on the plan. Guilford support the direction of the plan and realise that there's been some very tough decisions made, and it's a very difficult exercise in balancing some of those. Guilford supports the council's continued investment in infrastructure to service the community despite a challenging policy and financial environment. But it's also very important to continue for council to provide and encourage for growth in the community, and that's what infrastructure funding does. The Guildford's submission focused on how the long-term community plan and some of the supporting documents can be improved to better provide the partnership between the development community and the council. And this is where the development community can come along to help council and partner with the council to ensure that it is continuing to meet some of the things that it needs to do. Because of that, Guilford supports and appreciates the rates and development contributions levies increase. It's not out of step with other councils in the region, but it is difficult, we acknowledge difficult for some of the residents in our part. GTC sees this as necessary and generally supports the need to provide for much new, safe, quality and lasting infrastructure. As many of you will know, GTC recently applied to the Minister to have Silverstream Forest fast-tracked under the government's fast-track approval bill, which will allow it to obtain consent for land for over 2,000 homes within the Southern Growth Area and the Kiln Street site. Upper Hutt and GTC have been planning for the use of this area for the housing growth since 2007. GTC supports the inclusion of the infrastructure strategy to accommodate growth within the long-term community plan, and is glad to see that council's continuing its investment in the Silverstream Bridge replacement, Three Waters Reservoir and Storage Upgrade Program, and the Wastewater Renewal Program, including the Pinehaven Reservoir. If Guilford is successful in obtaining consents via the fast track process, it anticipates this infrastructure will be needed earlier rather than later. It's currently provided at 11 to 20 years and 21 to 30. And requests that council consider the wording of the infrastructure strategy to enable that to be brought forward to the 4 to 10, or flexibility for that to be considered at an early time. Guilford, as you know, has 330 hectares in commercial forestry. It has opposed the rating unit for commercial forestry. It already pays its general rates and will have the 19% increase there, and adding another 1.5% to the proposed increase as a forestry levy makes forestry in particular unsustainable. So forestry, obviously you only get an income on forestry when it's cut down. Otherwise it sits there as a passive activity that doesn't, no one lives there and those sites aren't serviced. So we just ask that council have a look, reconsider that. There doesn't appear to be much of an evidential rationale for the inclusion of the forestry unit levies provided for in the plan. So just ask that there's a closer look taken at that. While Guilford does intend to develop its forestry blocks, there are other commercial forestry operations in the district, and imposition of those increased levies will probably make that uneconomic, given that logging costs more to get the logs out than to actually sell them at the moment. So that industry is already having a rough time. The balance of the GTC submission suggests improvements to the Development Contribution Policy 2024. The amendments to wording and definition to bring the policy in line with the Local Government Act. GTC welcomes the council's intentions to allow for development agreements, and these will allow council and the development community to partner to provide better infrastructure outcomes for the community. And that's a really important way of doing things at a time when there are physical constraints. I've suggested some amendments in the submission, and I know we're over time, that set out a clear process for development agreements to be made. So putting some guidance in the policy around how, when, why, what's the process for those. To have successful developer agreements for infrastructure with the council, you need to make sure you've got an all of council response. You've got members in council who have delegated authority to consider that, and that there's the time and the understanding of the development to enable those quite complicated infrastructure deals to be done. And so I'm suggesting that there's some amendments there to provide for those successful outcomes. Thank you. Sorry, I'm out of time.
Any questions? Any questions? No questions? Thank you. Thank you very much. We will now adjourn until 1:30. Thank you.
the LTP. And our next submitter is submitter number 135, Paul Fabian. Welcome, Paul. Now, you can either stand there, Paul, or sit, whatever you like to do.
Thank you. What you've been handed is just a little bit of background information for my submission. I'm here to voice my concern over the consultation information provided by the council and the process on consulting with the community. Unfortunately, I have little faith in the information, as the more I look at it, the more disillusioned I get. Initial questions were raised on the consultation information at the Let's Korero event on the 23rd of April, and then in writing on the 24th. These were not formally responded to until the 7th of May, 5 days post closure of the submission and only after our prompting. The responses received through the CEO still left me with questions and concerns. My wife and I spent most of the night formulating and clarifying a clarifying request back to the council and delivered it early on the 8th of May. Unfortunately, the council in this instance felt it was in the best interest of the council to shut these questions down, in effect stonewalling us and ending any transparent and open communication between the council and, at that point, engaged ratepayers. My wife and I are still perplexed over the issues. With page 45, she will go into that further. It seems so that so is the CEO and the team, as they have not been able to answer our questions on this. To me, it certainly feels similar to what Councillor Bentley said on the 1st of the May Finance and Performance meeting. He said something to the effect of, the common denominator with Wellington Water is they are pretty unaccountable. Any problems? It's not our fault. I feel somewhat the same way with my council. The council states that there are increased costs. We agree, there are increased costs. As with all of us, if our insurances or other bills go up and we cannot go to our boss for a pay increase, we must budget within the revenue that we have. In 2021, there was a proposed rates cap of 6% put on rates for the next 10 years. This was agreed to on page 24 of the council adopted 2021 LTP. And here we are, 3 years later. We have a proposed increase more than triple the 6% cap. With this proposal, residents of Upper Hutt are paying for just over 9 years of 6% increases in just 3. This, I feel, is a travesty. Mr. Guppy, yesterday you made a statement that the Army does pay rates. Would have been nice if you had extended that slightly and been a little bit more transparent, that it was actually based on the land value.
I actually said that.
So I watched, I was listening. You said they do pay rates. Even though the member of the public who brought up the fact that the Army may not pay rates, may not have got the wording quite correct, the intent behind their statement is still valid. Why is the land value so low? I believe this is the council has been selective on information it provides. This is just a recent example, but from all accounts, transparency in the council that the council so prides itself on looks more and more murky and clouded from where I am. As I've been looking at the numbers which have been provided by the council in the consultation documents, I have struggled to put words to what I thought while trying to work through them. This wasn't until I heard the quote from Councillor Carson at that same 1st of May Finance and Performance meeting. This information doesn't gel, and I can't reconcile what they're saying. Councillor Carson was referring to the Wellington Water, where I refer to the consultation document. To me, the information provided doesn't match up. I can't reconcile expenditure to revenue. It seems what is being supplied is looking at numbers through different lenses. It almost feels like the council are deliberately putting in numbers which do not line up to confuse the public into just agreeing.
I feel no one in this council has consistent answers. Through attending multiple Let's Corridor events and asking the same questions of council, we got multiple different answers. This did not instill confidence in me that the councillors nor mayor knew what was going on. For me, as Mr. Swanson was quoted in the Post, it negatively affected the credibility of the council. What's even more impact to me was when Mr. Swanson was saying the staff were devastated, but I feel the mayor downplayed this as minor. $10 million is not minor. If you were to take that $10 million, spread it amongst the average rates of around $2,200, you would pay for 4,545 people's rates for a year. I'm sure that's not minor for those ratepayers. I feel these rates increases will cause hardship and potentially lead to more unrest and more crime in Upper Hutt, which will not be good for our city. To keep Upper Hutt a great place to live, we need to not financially ruin it. I strongly suggest that this LTP process has been marred with errors, inconsistencies, smoke, mirrors, and a transparency of the Hutt River and flood. I call for the process to be scrapped. A full review done, new transparent and understandable LTP consultation to be held. This will allow the community who wish to engage to actually provide meaningful and helpful and maybe even some out-of-the-box ideas. Some of you have been council for some time, and it's time to stand up and be accountable. The council's financial mismanagement should not be the ratepayers' issue.
Okay, any questions for Paul? Right, Councillor Swales.
Paul, thanks for coming along and presenting today. So, with all of the errors that you have pointed out and shortcomings that you've identified, where do you land with regards to a rate increase for the community?
I honestly couldn't tell you from the information that I've got. I cannot reconcile any of the numbers, so I can't actually say what a good rate is.
So you would have gone back to the 2021 LTP, which I've got in front of me, and I totally agree. We did land, but the landscape has changed quite dramatically, Paul, since then, both for our council and for our residents with regard to some increases. So bearing that in mind, we need to actually be cognizant of actually making sure that we actually make sure that we can deliver on the three waters and the basics, I suppose, that you're asking us to do. And with that in mind, regardless of the figures, what do you think the community can afford looking at the budgets, knowing that 84% of people...
I'm not willing to put a number on that because I can't, as I said, I can't reconcile the numbers. I look at one set of numbers against another set of numbers. You talk about expenditure, you talk about revenues, but they're looking at those things through different lenses. So you can't reconcile one against the other to actually understand where you are going forward. If you can't understand, then I'm not willing to give you an answer.
Any other questions? No, thank you. Thank you, Paul. Our next submitter is 172, Teresa Homan. Teresa, now you can either stand, Teresa, or sit. Stand, yep. And know the bell will ring 4 minutes and then twice. 5, all right?
Thank you. Firstly, I want to thank you for your commitment to our Hutt community. It's always easy to serve others when the going is easy, but harder when faced with difficult decisions. So I say thanks to you all. I agree that a rate increase is needed. I do not, however, support the steep increase of rates in the next 3 years. I believe that the driving force for this is the requirement of council to pay for fixing of leaks, leaky pipes and failing infrastructure. I believe the pressure is being exerted on you by central government, particularly the Minister of Local Government, evident by his calling you into his office, Mayor, for a please explain. Also, from the summer water crisis massaged intentionally by the Greater Wellington Regional Council and Wellington Water, in the hope of a bigger share for them of the council's rates intake. Both these entities have a share of the responsibility for our water supply and delivery. We ratepayers were promised better services and savings by the combining of local councils' water responsibility and management. Wellington Water is seeking more funding from you, the council, and in the case of the Greater Wellington Regional Council, charging us, the ratepayers, more to deliver a less efficient system at a time when families are shut out of housing, struggling to pay mortgage interest rate hikes, and putting food on their tables. Steep rate increases will also impact negatively on senior citizens, many of whom are on a limited income and cannot afford a massive rate increase suggested in your long-term plan. I ask you to give serious consideration not to increase the rates by 19.93% in the 24-25 year, but by the 9% that will be the average of your proposed rate increase over the period of this LTP. In the interim, delay funding depreciation. You aren't doing this currently, so why the rush? This will give you, the council, more time to canvass the community's concerns and their alternative suggestions for funding the fixing of and replacement of water pipes, and an opportunity to hear the central government's funding commitment to water done well. As a born and bred Upper Huttian, I have seen our city grow from a town to the city it is today. I am grateful that successive councils have funded the building of community facilities. Most recently, the council's funding of Maidstone Sports Hub. What a magnificent complex. And the upgrading of H2O swimming pool, inclusive of a hydrotherapy pool. The sooner this is completed, the better for Upper Hutt, especially our children, the elderly, and those struggling with mobility issues. Sport adds value to our lives. Last week, I took a 6-year-old to rugby training at 5:30 p.m. at Maidstone Park. We couldn't see a thing by 6 p.m. Parents coaching sport are busy working in the daytime, giving up their free time to coach sport in the evening. The least the council can do is supply lighting in our sports fields. I support the continued replacement of the CBD footpath tiles. I support the continuation of planning to redesign of Main Street CBD, inclusive of returning part of it to be enclosed into cars or widening the footpath and reducing car access, as I recently saw in Napier City. Perhaps look for sponsorship for amenities for the area. Continue encouraging sport and social activities by providing targeted council funding support. Keep the information centre. A city needs to inform its visitors of where to go and what to do. This could be funded by paid advertisement of local businesses. Incentivise empty building owners in the CBD to fix if needed and use or sell by charging a penalty rate for derelict buildings. Charge visitors more for use of community facilities, for example, H2O, but at a reduced rate for local ratepayers. In the matter of fixing leaks and replacing water pipes, go back to council-owned and managed water delivery. Employ local plumbers, drain layers, and contractors to do the job, giving priority to Upper Hutt's water leaks. Do not spend money on investigating the case for individual household water meters, but encourage people to measure their own water use and conserve in the dry months, or encourage households to put in their own meter to monitor their water use as a conservation tool. Have faith that the community will conserve when needed, proven by the recent water shortage and the more recent need to reduce power use when faced with a cold snap. Plan to finance area water meters, which will signal the amount of water leaks in any given area and notify residents to check for water leaks. Promote neighbourhoods to compete to be the least leaky area, and if necessary, offer loans to low-income households to be repaid with rates to fix the leaks. If we move to a suggested combined water entity across the region, then all ratepayers of right should be shareholders in the company, with directors voted in by the shareholders. Only ratepayers can be shareholders. This will protect our asset from privatisation. We also need to have tight legislation preventing central government from selling this asset as they did with power. Any future profit should be returned to the shareholders in the form of subsidised water rate. Finally, I strongly encourage you, the council, to take a pause from the steep rate increase and to look for alternative complementary funding. Don't fund depreciation in the short term or make clearer the case for this. We can live with our A+ credit ratings now. Fund conservation education. Promote the adoption of personhood for Te Awa Karangi and look to encourage citywide alternative power source generation other than through water or sources harmful to the environment. And once again, thank you and good luck with your deliberations. I don't envy you your task. Perhaps find the story of King Solomon in the Bible and be encouraged by his wisdom. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa. So what park will you take your grandson to where there was no lights? Was it up at
Maidstone Park and the lights aren't on
Not yet,
as far as much as I
might
know.
be far away.
That's good.
Yeah.
This week.
Yes. Now, any questions for Teresa? This week, so hear that?
Good,
Yeah.
great. We'll be able to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa.
Let's stay there. Teresa, sorry, is there any questions? No, thank you, sorry, thank you. And our next submitter is submission number 171, Kate Fabian. We just find what page we're on, 171.
269.
269.
All good?
Okay, yeah, thank you.
My ancestor, Billy Keys, and a few mates proclaimed Upper Hutt a town district on the 24th of April, 1908. 24th of April, 94 years later, our son was born here in Hutt. 24th of April, 116 years from when this town became a district, we sent an email to this very council. 21 days later, I am still awaiting answers to complete my submission. I believe Billy and his mates are turning in their graves. Where is the council's accountability? Upper Hutt City Council seem to struggle to give consistent answers, yet seem to want them. Watching the Finance and Expenditure Committee meeting on the 1st of May 2024, Heather Newell brought up councils needing to have consistent answers for the public. This would have helped in the LTP, in my opinion. LTP 24 example of this. Key infrastructure projects we're proposing to deliver, page 36 and 37. Remembering many appear to be committed already. Main Street regarding the paving at 5.6 million. 3 councillors, 3 different reasons. 1 councillor, it has been committed and pavers have been bought already, a good price and they're in storage. The second, the pavers have been flipped and now have passed their use by date and not suitable for walkers with wheels under a certain size. And a third, it's to finish a prior committed job. Then, believe misinformed when Chris Carson was asked if H2O would be put on hold until Upper Hutt was financially more healthy. Chris Carson responded with, H2O has been committed to. Even yesterday, he said it was upstream. Yet under a section which is proposed, I struggle why the council continues to struggle with this definition. He directed us to look at the Local Government Act in terms of providing community services regarding not being able to pull out of H2O, stating that will not happen. And when looking at the Act, no mention of this. And why under proposing when committed? Why are you putting it in that section? When asked why a full upgrade was needed, the response was, if you want to go back to the paper, I can dig it out for you. I would think spending $45 million of ratepayers' money and a councillor since 2016, Chris Carson would have provided something. He then told us that 90% voted for the full upgrade to H2O. Looking at the LTP 21 for H2O, there are 889 responses out of a population of 47,400 approximately at the time, which is a 78.9%, not 90%. The 702 agreed it would be funded out of debt or loan at a cost of 45 million, including a hydro pool. Looking at the LTP 24, H2O, page 36 and 37, it states this is an upgrade costing 21.75 million. Is this another upgrade proposed? No votes were taken to increase costs. 4 million for roof and another 5 million, totaling 54 million, nor extra 13.06 million for the hydro pool, remembering initially this was included in the 45 million, making it around 22 million that was not agreed to in the LTP 21, nor extensions of the hydro pool out to 3031. Then a 10 million error, which caused the Upper Hutt City Council to extend the process of the LTP, all because of a decimal place, remembering it's been audited. In the post, the CEO said staff were devastated by the errors, and he accepted it had negatively affected the credibility of the council. And the mayor's comment of disappointing, but both errors were minor. Many errors, concerns, including these, were put verbally to the mayor on the 23rd of April, on the mayor's request, emailed through on the 24th, as he was confused also on the night and wanted clarification looking at it further. On the 3rd of May 2024, we received an email informing 2 errors were found, and to learn our suggestions of extensions and resubmissions on the 23rd and 24th of April were being implemented. As the CEO had acknowledged the credibility issue, we felt justified in requesting answers to our other questions, yet to be clarified. Example, page 45 of the 24. Nowhere does it state in the LTP or supporting documents what the H reworded, H removed, and 1 edited. Our CEO stated it was the same format as the 21 LTP, where no issues were reported. When looking at this, yes, we agreed. Same format, but of course no issues, as the supporting documents, they were in boxes and easily identified in the 2021 supporting documents. I believe the Upper Hutt City Council needs to be thoroughly investigated to install credibility back. Personally, I would have liked to put more constructive feedback in, but it would be mainly submitted on assumptions. Therefore, my submission is that this version of the LTP be abolished and the process be examined other than by the auditor used missing a $10 million error, and in my opinion, many others. Nor does the CEO and his team seem to be able to have the time nor the resources from a recent email received, and the staff nor consistency. Time for the council to be accountable. And a final note. Yesterday it was noted around 600 submissions received. This appeared to be not a high number, and I have to wonder if this number is due to the Upper Hutt City Council not following through with its due diligence of ensuring every household received a brochure, and lack of consistent, correct and complete information in the documentation, which has confused many people.
Any questions, Kate? Councillor Soil.
Thanks for coming along and presenting to us, and obviously, as your husband Paul has pointed out, a number of issues with regard to this consultation. But obviously you've got nothing positive that you would like to leave with us to do other than totally scrap this whole process.
I think it needs to be totally scrapped. The confusion within the community, people have not put in submissions due to the fact that they don't know what the heck they're even submitting on. People can't find simple things like 8, 8 and 1. And even our CEO, who I'm assuming is on fairly good wicket and probably a very intelligent man.
No, we're not here to criticise.
I'm not criticising. What I'm saying is,
you're not here to criticise the CEO staff.
I'm not criticising. I'm pointing out facts. Okay, facts.
Any other questions, Councillor Carey?
Just one thing, Kate. Again, and sorry, like I've had feedback that people have struggled with some of it, but again, the council is very small in terms of resourcing, and I said that. Do you think there should be more resource in the council as part of this?
I believe that this, considering you will have sat around a table and discussed this, it has not been put together in a very understandable, readable, concise, correct process for the general public to look at. Your page that you're looking at there does not say that that is an extension of the H2O or a continuation or something completely new. And you'll find on the bottom line, it actually talks in billions over a 30-year period rather than the 10-year period. So is that page actually to do with a 10-year period or a 30-year period? There are too many inconsistent bits that are confusing people. And a lot of these people are elderly. Our community is getting older. And they can't even pick up the phone and talk to somebody. And they go to meetings and people are late.
Any other questions?
I thought that would be shut down rather quickly. Any questions?
Councillor Swales?
Just to pick up on that, Kate, I don't know whether you've listened to all of the live streaming of the submissions that were taking place yesterday.
I've listened to a lot of them.
Yeah. So there were a couple of elderly people that said that they could afford it, and it did surprise them that they said that, but
they have said that, sorry to interrupt, they have said that because they also have a backstop of other income which they have as a safety net, and therefore they haven't had some of the things that have probably happened in other people's lives where they have had health issues or other things have broken down in their lives, and they haven't had that seesaw effect happen yet. And I hope it doesn't happen to them, but it can happen very quickly. You have fallen down and hurt yourself. What happens if you fall down and you are not able to come to work and ACC does not cover you because it's not technically an accident? That happened to me. I was taken off the books 3 times with an accident and I had to bring up a family.
I don't think I could go to council though, but I would go to ACC.
Yeah, yes, but they can decline you. And
Any other questions? Councillor Bentley?
Yeah, thank you, Jack. So you'd like us to not do the hydrotherapy pool because it's not committed?
I'm not saying you're not to do it. You.
No, I'm asking, do you think we should or no?
I can't answer that.
Okay.
I can't answer that because I don't know whether agreeing to that is going to put somebody out on the street because you're going to put the rates up. I can't answer that. I don't have that information. I'm really sorry. I can't make that decision. I can't.
Sorry.
One more.
What way do you think we should have presented the information? And genuine curiosity, because some of it's complex stuff and it is hard to communicate it in a.
Give me a book and I'll show you.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. For starters, let's start with page 45 because it's the most simplest one.
Yeah.
Okay. Most simplest one out there.
Yeah.
It says there's a paragraph there, and I think there's 5 of them down one side.
Yeah.
It doesn't state any of the 8, 8 or 1. Then there's a little pink box, I think, if I remember correctly, and it says you can go to the supporting document and find these should they not. Now, you could have easily have either listed them on that page for those that do not have the internet, because a lot of people don't. A lot of people are not computer savvy, myself included, and I'm only just about to hit 50. But if you do go to the supporting documents, it's not even there. So why say go to the supporting document? That is a basic fundamental error in that book where you are directing people and asking them to specifically answer that question when they don't know what they're answering it to.
Would you, so just following up, in the future, so we can get it right, do you reckon council should have like a community liaison group to test these things on before they go public?
Oh, definitely.
Have a panel like that?
I think definitely, because there are a lot of people out there who have picked up that book and have said, what does this mean? What does it mean? And on the 23rd of April at the Cosy Club, my husband and I stood with the mayor and we went through a few things and he couldn't even look at it and understand it. And what I have to ask is, if somebody in his position is looking at something that I'm assuming has gone through council meetings and he is having trouble understanding it and is answering with, well, I guess that could mean, and maybe that might be, then what do you think the general public is thinking? And that is why I believe it needs to be scrapped and redone.
Okay, any other questions? No, thank you.
Thank you.
We now have had some cancellations, so we've got about back at 3:20. We'll adjourn, right? Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
And
It's near the end.
Can we do?
Last
one.
Yeah. And welcome, Ross. Thank
There's
you.
a small adjustment on the front page in that I'm 78. You could duly note that, please.
I'll make sure.
Much appreciated. I know I'm into the 79th year, but it's important, these things, you know. But on that note,
we're in your hands.
Thank you very much indeed. The booklet was could have been improved, and that's good that you're taking that on board for next time. And it'd be quite nice to sort of mention citizens in it somewhere, and things like hydraulic neutrality and whatnot. That would help us a bit. But as I said in my submission, making tough decisions with a mutuality of respect and honour. And I really mean that, because it didn't feel like there was a mutuality of respect and honour with how it was presented. Together with ratepayers, citizens, neighbours, and the TAs in our community. And I really felt that that was important, and Greater Wellington and Wellington Water. And that association to have with vote defence, vote health and vote education. And if we nurture that mutuality of negotiation with those areas, it means like thorny little questions like the bit of cash for the hydrotherapy pool doesn't have to come out of the ratepayers, can easily come out of vote health. And you've got the ability to actually negotiate that sort of deal well. And you've got the ability to get out of vote defence a lovely mutuality of extracting a little bit of money out of there. They'd be only too pleased to do it. It's just that skill of having that negotiation, not compromise with all of these orders. And I know that you've got that ability, and I know that the officers have got that ability as well. And I just wanted to then go straight to the water issue. As Chris said at the COSI Club, we come up a bit over these submissions at COSI Club. The Seaview plant will probably be underwater by the time we've chucked 500, 600 million at it. Mightn't be the best decision to chuck all that money at that. We might have to do it differently. And we can communicate and educate the citizens differently on that. The citizens will easily, not all of them all at once, we don't have to jump over the crevasse in one step. We can treat it more like a giant tasty pepperoni salami, which is ghastly when it's all in this hole. But the finer you slice those little bits off and moorishly have a little nibble of each one, it's very tasty. But as a whole, it's just too much. But you can get things like some of the citizens can stop using potable water to flush. Some of the citizens can convert to using grey water and harvested water if they still want to flush, because there still has to be some water going through the system, otherwise it's going to turn to concrete. That's what happens with pipes. A lot of the citizens were quite happy to go to composting toilets, the different ways of dealing with it. A lot of the citizens will be very happy to transition to an incredibly healthy local diet of food, which will greatly help that area of waste
greatly help, and we can have this fabulous humure industry here in Upper Hutt of doing that. It won't be 600 million bucks. It'll be easier to do. So bring all the water and the other water services, the stormwater, and that little negotiation with Greater Wellington to bring that potable water back in-house again. We've tried them. They don't work. We're not going to have a lesser quality of life if we get down to 100 litres per person per day. It's just going to be fantastic. You can get down to 150 litres per person per day. That's an awful lot less water than the over 400 litres per person per day that we're currently squandering with doing that. I just thought I'd remind you a little bit. That's all I've got to say on all of that one there, except for the little comment I made at the end there. Being the TA role model, accede to reality and share love and kindness. But I just thought I'd just flick through an old submission, which when cleaning out a few papers I found. I think this is an 2009. I thanked you for the opportunity to submit. I said I'd collaborated with a few friends and buddies that I know around in organisations when writing it. I said that I honoured Teresa. I recognise Teresa Owatami and serve to actively contribute within Orogamai Upper Hutt opportunities and means for achievement of long-term durability, resilience and sustainability. In doing so, to seek to ensure that all people have their basic needs satisfied so that they can live in dignity in healthy communities while having seen mutual impact on the natural systems now and in the future. So that was just point number 3. I then listed some objectives. And then I said at number 5, a fundamental premise of my submission is that Upper Hutt's development is on an unsustainable pathway. It's sort of come to roost, hasn't it? It will not be possible to sustain the present system's resource exploitation, ecological destruction, and social problems for much longer. And other things. Capturing the vision of citizens for a more resilient and sustainable future will enable a change of direction from the present unsustainable path. Upper Hutt City Council does not demonstrate how it is attempting to improve its own durability, sustainability and resilience. Please be the role model for all the other TAs in the country. Be proud, we can do it. Sustainability development approach, I went on. I then covered peak oil and energy, going back to those basics of securities for the city, water, environment, energy, food. Not hard to change the direction. Do the right things right, rather than just keeping doing things right, but they're the wrong things. So just a little quote there. I mentioned a little bit about growth back all those 15 years ago. Unfortunately, both smart growth and dumb growth destroy the environment. The only difference is that smart growth destroys the environment with good taste. It's like buying a ticket on the Titanic. If you're smart, you go first class, but the outcome is the same. The boat sinks. I then went on about land base, value, the land base. And I went on a bit about that, so I won't go through all of this. I went on about relationships with the volunteer sector. I hope you're going to have a really good listen about what's been said by other submitters as well about that. Transport. Public transport, improve the public transport. We're almost up to really saying, have we covered enough of our city with concrete and asphalt and roads and everything like that? Should we now move to the place where we actually have to start depaving before we can smother any more of it? I know this is 15 years old, but it hasn't improved over that 15 years. Solid waste I went on about, and the rest of the submission was about water. My final point on the submission of 15 years ago was the biodiversity strategy. I'm disappointed that I'm still waiting. Are there any questions for Ross?
Any questions? Thank you, Ross. Councillor Wheeler.
Thanks a lot for your submission. Just a couple of things. You haven't commented on the community development, community grants. What's your thoughts on it?
Community grants to be increased and to give certainty for the community grants for 3-year periods, not for just 1-year period.
Councillor Bentley.
Yeah, thank you, Ross. Thank you for the submission. You said you think we should reduce to 100 litres per person per day, sorry. Do you think water meters are a way of doing it, or more voluntary, or?
That whole area of education and communication and how you do this, Dylan, I'm going to leave to your brilliant mind, but obviously we should have water meters to at least make people aware. I think people are paying for their own power. They don't clock into something or other. They know how much they're using. They know what adjustments they can make. Easy peasy to it with water as well. Don't know why it's taken so long.
Councillor Swales.
I just want to say, Roz, I've missed your submissions. I really, really have, because you have a deeper way of pulling us back to reality and looking at things, and I do appreciate that. I think you're right. We need to look after the water, we need to look after the land, and we need to look after the people. So it's not easy, and you're right. The rhetoric that you delivered 15 years ago is still really relevant today. And I'm sure that when we are in our deliberations, we will be taking that on board. So thank you for the reminder. I think it's timely. And take on board, even though you didn't say it, you talked about making sure that we look after the volunteers, and it was reading between the lines of what you said. It's what you didn't say that I got.
Yeah, well, we have got brilliant volunteers here in our heart, haven't we? What would happen if we didn't have the volunteers here?
Any other questions? Thank you, Ross.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you very much.
And it's very good to be back here as well. I've had a bit of a character building challenge over the last short while of my life, and it's jolly good to be standing here in front of you all.
Very good. Thank you. Now we will.
Right. Adjourn again.
Again.
Okay, for those in the public, welcome back. We're reconvening our hearings meeting. And our next recipient that's going to present to us is Jaap, who is in the room. Jaap, you get 10 minutes to speak. You'll get a bell at 4 minutes and then another bell at 5. Hopefully you can go over that 5 minutes, but it would be really nice if you give the councillors the opportunity to ask you any questions. Okay, so the floor is yours when you're ready.
Will do.
I like the props.
So it's time to take off your earmuffs and start listening to the voices of the people in the Upper Hutt. And the dustpan is here because you need to sweep up some of the projects and put them in the bin. So I'll leave those props there as a thought. So yeah, as you know, my name is Jaap, and sadly what we are faced with is no laughing matter. We implore your elected representatives or our elected representatives to prioritise and with transparency and engage in genuine dialogue and make decisions that truly serve the interests of Upper Hutt community. I do have some slides. I don't know if they've come on.
Yes.
We'll put your time on pause.
Yep. There we go.
There you go. Okay.
That one?
Yep.
Okay.
I heard it's point anyway.
Okay, so there is no doubt that we are going through a financial recession, a financial living crisis, and are fast heading towards a depression. Let's take a look at some of the headlines. People are living without unaffordable debt, and with unaffordable debt, and some are losing their houses and their jobs and businesses. We are in a cost of living crisis. The latest consumer survey puts the cost of living crisis as our #1 concern by far. And borrowers are doing it tough, and business liquidations have hit a 9-year high. The options presented in the glossy brochures and online documents are actually hiding the real facts. It would be really helpful if the granular level of financials were open and transparent in the decision document, rather than having to search for the detail in the many supporting documents. It's clear that the council implements a Delphi technique in the LTP process, giving the appearance of a public consensus and a predetermined outcome. The submission form is set up this way, forcing you to answer specific options the council has already come up with, whether you agree with them or not. And that's been all the LTPs that I have submitted on. I'm going to skip in the current economic climate. Now I don't know which slide I'm on actually. As a community, we ask you to take a pause and place the long-term plan process on hold until we know what the government plans to do with their local water well done initiative. For most in our community, a 20% rate rise over the next 3 years, compounding to a total of 72% and 140 increase over 10 years, will bring them to a breaking point. We must avoid locking in the 20% rate rise for the next 3 years. You need to do a thorough review and prioritise essential services and demonstrate the prudent financial management in these changing times. Those who are already struggling now are hardly waiting for things like a $13 million hydrotherapy pool. What are some of the ideas and solutions? Start stopping or pausing work. No to any new capital expenditure. Introduce performance indicators and cost-saving incentives. I have suggested an additional overall 15% cut on spending over the next 3 years from experience of having seen that after the global financial crisis when I worked for central government. This certainly is not the time to add more costs such as curbside recycling at a rate of $3.38 million per year. And what about outsourcing water repairs to local plumbers? User pays, sponsorship, fundraising, donations. I've got another few things that you can read through at your leisure. Let's take a look at the council's Facebook site. Ah, look, sustainable landscape guide. The new polygrass hockey turf. The Gibbon Street Ferguson Drive road layout change. And let's not forget the H2O extreme revamp. Has anybody even thought how much it will cost in additional ratepayer funds to run H2O when it's actually converted from gas over to electricity? While these projects are all very nice, who would consider this an ideal time to contemplate any of these projects now? You need a shot of reality about what we are. I mean, what are the essentials and what are the nice to haves? Not so long ago, Hutt City Council was the envy of Wellington region financially. How has this drastic collapse been allowed to take place? How many sitting around the council chamber have seen this unfold and play a part in its decision-making? Most of you campaigned on keeping our rates low and were elected on that basis. Remember, you are here to serve the community, not the other way around. The current proposal goes too far. It is time to review and bring the bean counters back in. Just 30 more seconds. Show some financial self-control and lead by example. You have said that you will go back to the basics, focusing on core activities. Then do it. I really hope that you come to your senses. Upper Hutt cannot pay the hefty rate rise currently proposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jaap. I'd now like to open it up to any of my colleagues who may have some questions for you. Councillor Ultra.
Can I just ask you about curbside recycling? You mentioned a few things that could be stopped in order to reduce costs.
I guess curbside recycling, at the time that we had that, a good 10 to 15 years ago, we had that at a very efficient price for the ratepayer. It was, I believe, between 500 and 800,000 for the whole of Upper Hutt. Those costs were absorbed into other bits of work and curbside recycling was stopped. Now it's gone out to the private sector, and now you're coming up with a proposal of over $3 million per year for the same service. That seems to me there's not something quite right there. I would suggest to have conversations with Lower Hutt City and to see if there's a cost share service available for curbside recycling, because they seem to have theirs up and running. I don't know what their costs are, mind you. And in addition to that, I would say that if people that, you know, there's houses in our community that there are only 1 or 2 individuals in the house, as opposed to houses that might be 8 or 9 individuals living in that house. Why should those ratepayers that have only got a couple of individuals have to pay the same amount for curbside recycling as those that actually generate more rubbish? So there should be possibly an opt-out function there. Give people a choice.
Councillor Bentley.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, what are your views on council moving to fund depreciation?
Funding depreciation needs to be in there. Obviously, structures and things are depreciated over time, just as much as, you know, when you build something, and a bit like the pool, there could have been an option of rather than putting the options that were put in the last LTP to the community, where I said through the Delphi process, they're funneled into ticking for a nice to have, because people like the nice to haves. And those that want to engage will tick for the nice to haves. And then you guys say, okay, that gives us the decision to go ahead and actually implement that. But you never left the option there of, this is the background of our financial situation. This is coming down the pipeline in the next few years. We actually need to be a bit more conservative here. Maybe we actually just do a lick of paint, some new tiles on the pool, and leave it for the time being until the actual building costs come down. Because at one stage it was 17 million, and then 3 years later, all of a sudden it's 51 million. And we still haven't built the $12 or $13 million thingy-bob pool.
Are there any other questions from my colleagues? I have a question for you, Jaap. You talked about a 15% cut on spending. So if we were to realise that, I don't know whether you've looked at our financial modelling and the financial papers that we send, where do you think that would land us if we were to go across the whole organisation with a 15% cut? Where do you think?
Good question. Yeah, I guess I came up with a 15% proposal to reduce the next 3 years down to around about 5% each year for the next 3 years, which is a more reasonable way of actually looking at the increase. Why did I do that? It's because, when I was working for the Ministry for Primary Industries and we were going through the global financial crisis, and we worked with the National Party at the time, we actually implemented a 25% cut right across all operations within our ministry. And as a result, we were able to get the cost saving measures and leave it up to the managers of the business units and their staff to identify where the cost saving measures are. They know best in many cases where they can actually tighten the belt a bit, and then come back and actually review things and buy yourself a bit more time to also by then, hopefully we find out from government where we are in relation to their doing water better proposal.
Yeah, I'd now like to recognise Councillor Kerry and then Councillor Holness.
Yeah, thanks. So I guess it's just following on from that 15%, because actual 15% in the operating costs that we're running is very different to the overall picture in terms of the capital that we've currently got underway, and then increasing interest rates and paying down debt and trying to get back to that. So I guess we're absolutely looking for those cost savings, but I suppose in light of that, a lot of it is trying to get back to that balanced budget. So we're not loaning outside of our, outside of our income, and try to reduce that debt ceiling and create some breathing room, and then obviously fund depreciation. So I guess is that balanced budget also a priority to you in line with the depreciation?
Yeah, of course that balanced budget is, but what I touched on earlier on, I was unable to provide additional granular information to you. I would have if that information was actually clearer in the decision document, and what happened to myself and 16 other submitters in regards to the IPI process for the intensive housing. When 41 submissions, a third of the submissions were basically rejected, and councillors weren't even, wanting to hear people's voices on those and actually take them into account. For this particular submission process, I decided not to spend my valuable time to delve into all of those thousands of pages of additional documents to look for that granular information. If it was there, I'd be able to provide you with some more details around those actual cost-saving projects, but that's up to you guys now. And that's why I say, go back to, as chief executive, go back to the operational branch of the council and ask the staff where the cost-saving measures can best be found, and just enforce it on them. Say, there will be another 15% cut on all operations. You now need to go away and actually find them, and give them the chance to actually identify where those cost saving measures come from. I've seen it work in central government during the global financial crisis when we looked at 25% additional cut over all operations. It can work at local council level as well.
That kind of brings me to my point, which was with that 25% cut that you had, how many of that ended up being job losses?
Job losses, I'm not going into the detail of job losses.
Well, you talked about the fact that there's a cost of living crisis and people are losing their jobs.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering, you're suggesting that council do a cut across the board as you have managed to do in ETI. I'm just wondering how much of that was actually jobs, because there's quite a bit of operational spend on salaries.
So I can't remember the exact figures on job losses, but obviously when you look at where the cuts are needing to be made, you can't just ring fence a certain thing. You need to look right across the board. And are there smarter way of doing things? Even when I was in Hawke's Bay 2 weeks ago, I saw a article in the Hawke's Bay Today paper there, which was about the the financial crisis that New Zealand was struggling with after the Second World War. And as a result, the council was actually working closer with community organisations like the Rotary Club and other organisations for them to do fundraising and for them to do some of the parks and gardens and roadside planting. So that could potentially be an area where you could actually work closer together with community groups and that they do the fundraising over and above the rates to actually continue providing some of those services, but they may not actually be delivered wholeheartedly by council or council staff anymore. Maybe that's for a long-term thing, maybe it's for a short-term period. We've got to get over this hurdle. The hurdle is a tough one and tough decisions need to be made.
We are out of time, so I'm hoping that my colleagues around the table don't have any other questions for Jaap.
I'm more than happy at any stage, like I've said, even in the emails of the previous issue around intensive housing, when I send an email, I would expect a certain dialogue back or a phone call from a councillor or a chief executive. It hasn't happened. So, but if you have a member of the public engaging with you, please reach out and have a conversation. There are some gems of information in the public, but I think the public have got a lot of the answers that we're dealing with here as a council. But you need to engage, and when rather than you might not like the things the person says or in the way that they say it, but they are saying it because they've got an invested interest in the decisions that are being made. That is an invitation to dialoguing and listening to those parts of the community. Now, I'm representing on behalf of not just myself, and that's because, as you know, I ran for council at the same time as you all did, and my voice is on behalf of the community. There's still community engagement that I'm tied into. So there's information that I've got there that I'm more than happy to share, or individuals that I can point you into the right direction. So please keep the dialogue going, and I understand it's tough times, but tough times mean that tough decisions need to be made, and certain things need to be identified for being shelved, and other things need to be identified to go into the bin. But take these off, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation and coming along and speaking with us today.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So our next presenter is Greer Hawley. Just looking, do we have Greer? I can't actually find that submission. Is it from the first day? Okay.
$57.
Rhea, while my town colleagues are finding the page of your submission, I'll just go through. You're given a bell at 4 minutes and then another one at 5. And the hope is then that you will give us 5 minutes to actually ask you any questions on your submission. So the floor is yours.
Good everyone, good councillors. It's really nice to be here. My name's Greer Hawley. I'm a mum of a 2-year-old. I just live down the road. I've been in Upper Hutt about 3 years and we expect to be here for 20 years or so. I've got 3 main points. I might even be quicker than my 5-minute allocation. But my first point is that I'd really like you to reconsider the pause on the integrated transport strategy. I know that there might not necessarily be money at the moment for the council to implement some of the steps in that plan, but I just feel like that plan was going to set out a different transport vision for Upper Hutt. And if we don't have a plan when different pots of money come along, and I know in the past we have seen some different pots of money come along for transport, if we don't have that plan, we can't take any of those opportunities. And I guess we hope that we're not going to be in this really constrained money environment forever. And I just think if we pause it for now and then things change, then take us another 3 years to get the plan and then another to act on it. So if that can be all finished, even if it's done internally with staff time, I don't know exactly where it got to, but I just really encourage you to reconsider the pause on that plan. That's my first point. The second point is, as part of that plan, I just think having a map with the desired cycle network for Upper Hutt would be such a game changer in terms of being able to slowly chip away at what that ideal network would be. And I guess we have great recreational routes for biking in Upper Hutt, but the flat valley floor and the stuff we've done to increase density and more houses, it is just, we're like missing the opportunity for it to be a different way of getting around here on a bike and on foot. And to me, this is back to basics. It's not a nice to have, but being able to get around, not having to drive everywhere, get around in a low carbon way, get around for kids independently to get to school. I can totally see how it might be just seen as a nice to have and push down the prioritization, but I just think having that plan would be, make, and then being able to chip away at it. Doesn't have to be super expensive in terms of implementing that, I don't think, but it would make Upper Hutt a really awesome place to live if we could get around to key destinations from not having to drive everywhere. And I think in the future that will attract residents to want to come and live here. The generations that are younger than me, they don't want to drive everywhere. The rates of driver licensing is going down. People are more conscious of their environmental footprint. So if we want to attract ratepayers, I think having, cycle network plan and being able to say, we're chipping away at this would be amazing. And it's just so, it wouldn't be that hard, I don't think, for Upper Hutt. It's flat, valley floor, short distances. That would be amazing. Third one is still transport related. Sorry, it's just my kind of area of passion. There's some immediate opportunities to increase some of the pedestrian crossings around here. And I'm sure this is not the first you've heard of it. The crossing outside the Maidstone Mats playground with high speeds and hard to see people. I mean, I'm walking around with my pram and I don't get seen and people don't stop. And it's just not a amenable walking environment. The same just out here in front of Doe, coming across to the council chambers, it's high speeds and no facility. And the same for the ones at the end of Ferguson Drive and the roundabouts there. So just to sum up, please reconsider pausing the integrated transport strategy and then consider a cycle network plan as part of that, and maybe, I know there's not much money around, but just reconsider in the short term how we can improve some of those pedestrian crossings. Yeah, that's me.
Thank you. Yeah, are there any questions? Councillor Bentley.
Thank you. Thank you, Greer, for coming to present. If we added these things back in and the rates increase with height was higher than was proposed, would you be happy to pay that?
Personally, I would, but I know there's lots of people that are not, that wouldn't be in a position to. So that's why personally, I think it is it's part of the basic offering of what council should provide. And if that requires further rates increases, yeah, I know that's probably scary for a lot of people and a super hard decision to make, but personally, I would be happy to pay that. I know lots of people would disagree.
Yes, certainly.
Is there anything you think we should stop doing in the plan to save some cash?
I knew I would get asked this question. I mean, I don't know if I know there's some roading projects in the plan already, and I would like, are they actually, I know some of them are about maintenance, I don't know a whole lot of detail about those, but are they just making it slightly easier to get around Upper Hutt in a car, or do we really need to do those now, or could that be directed to improving pedestrian efficiency? That's a question, I don't know. But I know it can be super tricky in terms of further cuts to community programs and things. So I wouldn't necessarily want to see that. But I guess my recommendation in the short term is that can we just finish the plan, and that might not actually cost us anything if it can just be done in-house. Does that answer your question?
Councillor Kerry.
Yeah, you submitted on activation.
Yeah, I know it's a super hard decision again, but I just, as a young mum and relatively new to the area, not knowing anyone, just being able to come down to the Whanaki in the holidays where there's like Halliburton play programs, it's free. I just think it's super awesome, and it's part of what makes it cool to live in Upper Hutt. So yeah, personally, I'd love to keep those, but I know that again, it's even if it's pared right back, probably if you already did that. But yeah, I think they're kind of an asset to community. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Any other, Councillor Griffiths?
Hi, thanks for coming along. You seem to have a pretty sort of good handle on the cycling networks around there. We had a person earlier on come and submit to us around a cycle lane idea down the length of Ferguson Drive. Have you got any input around where you would like to see some kind of a cycle way lane, something rather?
Yeah, I think it would be good to consider all the options about where the best. I agree that there should be like one main north to south route, and that's kind of the sort of arterial. And Ferguson Drive would be obvious. I think it's good to consider the options about where's best to do it, given that that's a pretty main arterial for other users as well, buses, etc. And yeah, so I don't answer your question, I think. Yeah, that could be definitely an option. And again, like just using the existing road space, not having to build anything new is definitely probably way more cost effective way to do it. It's just doing it in a way which makes people feel safe enough on that kind of busy road.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I definitely support a key south road. Yep.
So Greer, I have a couple of questions for you. So with regard to the integrated transport strategy that you want us to look at, that was funded initially by Better Off funding that we got through the three warders in the previous government. So we didn't have to rate for it. It was a parcel of money that we designated. So from your perspective, are you coming from a person who would cycle and look for cycleways to get you to and from work, or is it more recreational?
I'll answer two parts of that question. For me, it's being able to go to the town centre or to Silverstream, or so it's not necessarily to work because I work in town by the train, but it's to key community destinations. I mean, I do recreational biking as well, but I think the opportunity here is to provide this sort of low cost, low carbon way of people accessing the things they need. And like in 10 years time, my daughter been able to get to Ferguson Intermediate on a bike by herself. So yeah, it's been able to get to key of Upper Hutt destinations, not necessarily recreationally. I mean, getting to the river trail and something might be part of our network, but the thing I think in the past, I think maybe Upper Hutt's taken a recreational focus to cycling, but that doesn't help us get around the city. The other part of it, in terms of the integrated transport strategy, I know I started off with that because I didn't want it to just be a cycling thing. We get pigeonholed into cycling. That is, you know, the vision or the plan of what it should be to get around Upper Hutt. And of course, that includes driving, it includes PT, but it also might include better cycling facilities to the train station and being able to walk into town more easily and that kind of thing. What's your...
Please, you've broadened the scope. I have another question with regard to the road infrastructure that we've got there. It is mainly around safety projects. So whilst they're on rural roads, I'm sure that our transport looking at paths and footpaths will be able to bring into that scope that you've said around the pedestrian crossings there. So I'm sure that my colleagues and myself have really. But I want to thank you. With there being no other questions from my colleagues, I'd like to thank you for coming along. And obviously, you're a first-time person that I've seen.
Thank you.
I hope you're not going to be. This is not going to be your last time that you come to us. You're really comfortable to engage with us as council. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I think I've accosted some of you at the market already. Okay, to everyone. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Right, our next person that we have, if I can ask Barry Saul to come to the table, and Barry's submission is on page. Has anyone got a page here?
Yep. 319.
319. So Barry, did you hear that you have 10 minutes to go leave some time for us? So the floor is yours.
Okay, so thank you, Chair, Councillor, for this opportunity.
Thank you.
The case for investment in the building infrastructure in the consultation document is well made. I wish to comment on the disinvestment of what I regard as equally vital infrastructure, which is the human infrastructure and the natural infrastructure. Human infrastructure is the relationships that create social cohesion and resilience. These relationships, community groups and activities are the threads that hold our communities together. Those involved are often the first to provide manaaki in times of need. Taronga Mai Marae is an example of the many groups and entities that bind people together and stand up in a time of crisis. There was a time when this cohesion was more natural in our communities. Times have changed. We now need to work harder and invest more in providing that social cohesion and not take it for granted. The natural infrastructure is the environment that sustains our existence. We don't necessarily need to build anything, but we do need to invest in the things that bring about lifestyle change to lessen the negative impact we have on the environment. We have generations beneath us who are watching to see how much value we put on their future. The rationale for many cuts is back to basics, with the implication that the things being cut are the nice to haves. Social cohesion and a healthy environment are basic to our existence, in my opinion. Mother Nature will trump whatever we do. When our infrastructure is underwater and our pipes and bridges, our roads are under rubble, it is the human infrastructure that saves us. The purpose of local government is to promote the social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of communities in the present and future.
Thank you very much, Barry. Are there any questions from my colleagues for Barry? Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Barry. With the plan how it is, do you think we should make cuts to bring the social programs back in, or do you think we should go higher with rates, or where do you see us balancing that out?
Word on the street is I think that most people understand cuts being made by local government. I think it's how can the burden be shared? What could this group do out of your own pocket of resources to create funds that might take place of those? And I think the other thing is the conversation with central government to devolve some of their social investment to local government. I think that'd be an easier conversation if you haven't already indicated that you regard these things as nice to haves and not basic.
Any other questions for Barry? Thank you very, very much for coming along and presenting to us. We appreciate the corridor and some of the points that you've made, and I'm sure that we will take them into consideration. I think you're right that the people and the citizens of the community need to be heard. So thank you.
Thank you.
I now would like to call the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. The submission is on page 2, submission 3 and 4. I'm not going to go through. I think you've heard my rhetoric. Thank you, Patrick. The floor is yours.
Kia ora, and thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today about feedback from the Hutt Valley Chamber of Commerce and the Hutt Valley business community to the Upper Hutt City Council's long-term plan proposal. Our feedback has been gathered from various sources, including surveys and face-to-face conversations, and represents a voice of the Hutt Valley business community. Let me start by saying we're not really in favour of the proposed rate increases and the removal of the focus on economic development by the council. We do acknowledge, however, that the challenges that business face, you also face. We understand the economic environment we find ourselves in with increased costs, higher interest rates and inflationary pressures affecting us all. As the Chamber of Commerce, we recognise the significant infrastructure and facility investments that the council is making and must undertake over the next decade, and we commend you for your efforts in this regard. However, it's crucial to emphasise the current situation for our business community. Many businesses are struggling with lower sales, lower margins, and considerable uncertainty about future prospects of their pipeline of work. Despite these challenges, they remain the backbone of our economy, sustaining numerous jobs and contributing significantly to our regional GDP and New Zealand's economy as a whole. I want to draw your attention to some key points from our feedback. Firstly, businesses are doing it tough. Our recent business confidence survey paints a stark picture of the challenges facing businesses across the Hutt Valley, including Upper Hutt. With the significant increase in businesses expecting worse conditions in the coming months, it's clear that now is not the time to pull back on your commitment to businesses or burden them with further additional costs. We would note some of the data we gathered specifically about Hutt Valley businesses. 34% of businesses are expecting things to get worse. This is up from 13% in our survey 6 months ago. 75% of businesses expect cost increases in the next 6 months. This is up from 43% 6 months ago. And maybe more importantly, the barometer of how businesses are travelling, those businesses that expect to employ staff have declined significantly. Factors affecting the cost of business include inflation, minimum wage increases, rising material costs, and general wage pressures are already a heavy burden on businesses. These challenges should be taken into account when setting rates charges. Now is the time to be supporting our business community, not adding to this pressure. It is essential to recognise the vital role played by our business in the community in driving economic growth and employment within the Upper Hutt region. Businesses are the backbone of our local economy, providing jobs and contributing significantly to our community's prosperity. Businesses remain committed to operating and contributing to the community's vibrancy. However, we do urge the council to consider the impact of proposed increases on businesses. The cumulative effect of these increases especially in light of other rising costs, may exacerbate the burden on businesses and hinder their ability to thrive. Businesses already contribute significantly more than other ratepayers, yet often they receive fewer direct benefits from the services funded by rates. It's essential to consider this disparity when determining rates businesses are asked to pay. For example, a residential property with a value of 0.95 million will experience a rate increase of $650 this year. The same value for business property will expect to pay an increase of $818. In total, businesses will pay $4,000, and this same business will pay $4,056 more rates than the residential ratepayer for the same value of property. Development contributions and economic growth, the proposed increases could stifle growth and new development, which are vital for the region's prosperity. Maintaining focus on economic development, now more than ever, we need to prioritise economic development and support for the business community. Collaboration between the council and organisations like the Hutt Valley Chamber of Commerce can provide valuable support and opportunities for growth. We welcome discussions with the council on our ideas, which we've included in our submission. Businesses play a crucial role in contributing to GDP, job creation and overall prosperity. We urge the council to recognise this contribution and explore ways to support businesses through ideas such as rate relief for initiatives promoting sustainability, job creation and local procurement, buying from each other. Sustainability of the 10-year outlook. We believe the proposed rate increases over the next decade may be unsustainable for many businesses. The proposed rates increases over the next decade, cumulatively at 136.7%, may be unsustainable for many businesses. We are somewhat sceptical about the last 7 years of the planned rate increases between 2.4% and 7%, and we urge ongoing review of these rates increases. Customer targets. As consumers and customers, we all expect service excellence. As businesses, we set targets that drive our actions and behaviour. We are concerned that the Upper Hutt City Council is setting low targets for business customer satisfaction that will drive direct behaviour of your team. Moving to a current performance of 95% to a target of 50% is in no way good for the business community. Involvement of businesses in decision making. Businesses are keen to be involved in decisions that affect them, including procurement and expenditure. We ask for ongoing opportunities for businesses to be represented in these discussions. In conclusion, a thriving business community is essential for the prosperity of the Hutt Valley. As you finalise your long-term plan, we urge you to consider feedback provided by the business community. Thanks for your consideration and thanks for listening.
Thank you, Patrick. I would now like to open that up to any of my colleagues who may have any questions for Patrick. Councillor Emmeline.
Thank you. Patrick, thank you for presenting. You alluded that the business rating differential is about 2 times. It's 2.9 times. Where do you think that should sit?
At a much lower cost than that.
And you also think we're going too far for development contributions?
Yeah, look, I think while I understand the need for development contribution for various types of property, what you seem to be doing is allocating them all at one rate. I think that's true. And maybe there's a way to consider different properties in the way in which you're allocating that. So, for example, there are businesses where there probably is a single toilet. There's probably not the same kind of infrastructure required that might be in a residential development, for example. So looking at those sorts of things might be an important way of considering that in the future.
Yes, certainly, councillor.
So if we brought those business differentials down and put development kind of contributions at a lower level, that pushes a lot of expense back onto the general residential ratepayer. Do you think the business owners would be happy paying it more in their residential rates rather than their business rates, and then therefore their employers are paying higher rates and then they're asking for more wage increases that way?
Look, I think, I agree with that dilemma. But the issue for businesses is, I think that there's never been a way of describing why that differential exists. The idea that businesses should pay more simply because they're earning money out of their premises, I totally agree with that. But times are tough, and so that sort of thing needs to be considered in the decision-making process. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Patrick?
You talked about bringing the 2 economic development FTE into the Hutt Chamber operation.
As an idea, yeah.
As an idea. Is that with council funding still? Would you propose that?
Well, I think
you could absorb it, or
I'm a big fan of outsourcing rather than insourcing.
Yeah.
I think organisations get a better value for money out of outsourcing to the right organisations.
Yeah.
We've seen that with other work that we do for other situations. And so, yes, it would be with the council funding, but I believe with the right targets and the right governance that you would get better value for money out of that approach than doing it yourself. Yeah.
Any other questions for the chamber? Thank you, Patrick, very, very much for coming along and presenting. Look forward to further dialogue with you. I'm sure there will be more.
Thank you very much.
You've presented us with some interesting things to think about.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Bill, Laura, I would like to bring you up. You can sit down or you can stand, whichever you're comfortable with. You weren't in the room, so you've got 5 minutes. A bell will go at 4 and then another bell at 5. The hope is that you will leave us the other 5 minutes to put any questions to you, but you're more than welcome to go into that space. But it is a 10-minute slot.
Okay, thank you.
When you're ready.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk this afternoon. My name's Phil Gorman. I reside in Kingston Heights and have lived in Upper Hutt all my life. I'm extremely proud of the city we live in, and like many of our residents and businesses, put everything I can into make it a better place to work, live and play. The city's vibrancy, economic well-being and natural beauty is what makes this place special. We have so much good going for us. The last 10 years has seen a significant shift in the way people from outside our area perceive us as a city. This has been a positive shift. People want to live here, people want to set up business, and people want to play here. This is very different compared to 15 years ago. This hasn't happened by chance. It's happened largely driven by a proactive, enthusiastic council through various initiatives making our city a better place. Your lead in recent times has encouraged others to get in behind driving the city. We have come too far and we cannot afford to stop. The current LTP out for consultation is alarming at best. The document that the public had received to digest and make decisions on, compared to your 500-page document, is not transparent. Key messaging has been cleverly crafted in such a way that some of the implications and ideas you are proposing has been purposely left out or minimised within the blue book of fluff. The public won't understand the full extent of your proposed changes and ideas unless they read the 500 pages of the draft LTP. I'm extremely concerned around the proposed activity changes in city marketing, events, and the economic development space for our city. These are the areas that have led the change over the last 10 years to create the positive perception people now have of our city, the bread and butter that has led to this uprise of where we are. Areas you have been driving to improve Upper Hutt with your very own policies, and now you're proposing to slash and stop some of this work. Here's an example. The Blue Book of Fluff states, promotion of Upper Hutt to visitors will be significantly reduced. Yet the 500-page LTP document says we will no longer undertake destination marketing of Upper Hutt to visitors. Very different messaging. This is the very thing that is driving our city and its growth. Destination marketing. Why would you stop? Another piece from the 500-page LTP document that's not in the Blue Book. We won't be delivering events to promote visitor interaction with our retail or business sector or encourage target audiences to work, shop and play in Upper Hutt. This is the very thing we've spent the last 10 years trying to fix and encourage. I'm pretty damn sure the retailers you have attracted into the city don't know this position. This is another implication that isn't transparent and has been dumbed down in the Blue Book. In the current economic climate your retailers and businesses are working in, now is not the time to drop that support. After spending more than $4 million on the economic development stimulus policy to encourage new business to set up, let alone the $200 million worth of private investment that has been made into the city, and now we no longer want to support our businesses. Remember, this was your policy. Here's another example. We are reducing collaboration with councils around the region to promote our city through Wellington NZ. Another powerful tool that drives the Upper Hutt proposition. Really? One of the very things that assists us in promoting our city. Why would you stop this? The council should be proud of its level of support in our business community in recent years, regularly obtaining 90 to 100% satisfaction. Your proposed current plan around this business support has you achieving your goal if just 50% of our businesses are satisfied. You are happy if 50% of your businesses are happy? You have nearly halved your target. If I had that target at work, Malcolm would have sacked me years ago. Don't be the council that sends us back to where we were as a city 15 years ago, where no one wants to live, visit, shops are empty, businesses are closing, and no one knows what we have to offer. Activity changes in the economic development. The EDSP has done its job in our local economy in creating jobs. I agree, this work has stimulated Upper Hutt, and there isn't the need to be spending $500,000 a year on incentives. But the Blue Book, once again, isn't being transparent around the proposed changes and implications as outlined in the 500-page LTP. People won't read 500 pages, and this is where all the important information is hiding. Here are some staggering examples of what you are proposing not to do. The information has been conveniently left out of the Blue Book. We won't be proactively attracting new business investment and jobs to Upper Hutt. We won't be delivering services to activate or improve the city centre, attract visitors, or promote city centre retail experiences to grow consumer spending. We will cease support for workforce activities such as employment and career expos for young people. Lastly, I want to leave you with this. We must continue to encourage people to visit, shop, work and live with us. All of these drive positive economic and social outcomes in our city. We have all worked too hard over the last few years to stop that work. It's not something we can stop. We need to stay top of mind for people about this amazing city we all live in. We must continue to charge forward as a city. We punch well above our weight and council needs the tools to continue to do so. Don't be the council that takes us backwards in this space. Cutting, delivery and marketing the city and economic development is the wrong thing to do, and I encourage you to keep this work going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. I'd like to now open that up for any of my colleagues if you have any questions. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you. Thanks, Phil. We're listening and we hear what you're saying. Could you give us any ideas on what you'd rather do? Would you rather put the rates up more and keep all those things or chop some other things?
I think there's other areas. This is too important to stop. Like I said before, I've lived here all my life, and much the same as you, Blair, and we've seen the bad times we've been through. We stop doing the work that we're doing, we're going straight back there. I think there's other areas that we can be reducing the spend and putting the spend into continue. This is not a lot of money. It's $500,000. It's not a lot. We've got to keep doing it. You know, it's tough out there as it is. We stop doing this work, we're going to make it harder out there.
Councillor Wheeler, next.
Thank you, Councillor. Phil, you mentioned about the economic part of the LTP. Just on the community side, you haven't mentioned anything about community development or community grants. How do you see that thing?
Sorry, I didn't speak to that and I got muddled up when I was filling out that form initially. I think the community grants play an important in driving the social wellbeing. My own preference is that if I had the choice, we'd be concentrating on the economic side of things and growing the city centre. I think the perception that people have of us, well, the poor perception that we've been tarnished with in years gone by, the last 10, 15 years, ties us back to the state of our city centre. And the way that that's presented and the level of offerings that we've got there, I think that's more of a priority than the community grant side of things.
Any other questions from my colleagues? Councillor Bentley.
Thank you. Thanks, Phil. Also alluded to the events fund, you really wish to retain it. Without that, do you think Brewtown would not had a lot of the events it's had over the last few years, or?
No, I don't think it will affect what we're doing. It's certainly been a welcome help towards some of these events and it's helped us enable it. I've got the view that we've got to stand on our own 2 feet. The largest benefit that I get from what we're delivering at Brewtown is the support that we get within the marketing team. And so it's the work that they do around promoting us as a city, what's happening in the background from that social media perspective. That's the concern for me, and the support that we get, really, that's not there. And, you know, I know out of all this work that's going on, we've already lost 2 resource from that marketing team. Yeah, what does that look like?
Sorry, well, you also alluded to us staying, you want us to stay part of the Wellington NZ economic development side of things. Do you think that provides quite an important boost for Upper Hutt?
Yes, I do, and I don't. You know, there's opportunities that have come our way in the last couple of months through our relationship with Council and Wellington NZ. So I wouldn't want to see us removing ourselves from that organisation to lose the opportunities that may present further down the track, really. You know, we don't get a huge amount of benefit, but every now and then there's a little gem that will come along. And if we're not front of mind with those guys, we'll get left behind and we won't even get a look in.
To be at the table.
We need to be there.
Any other questions? Councillor Carson.
Hi, Phil.
Hi, Chris.
So after over 10 years, we've built up the momentum in terms of attracting businesses to Upper Hutt for whatever it means, and that was the economic one, and done the marketing, etc., which you've been involved in, and indirectly through Brewtown. So we're at this momentum, which is up here. Where's the evidence to say if we stopped spending money, so much money on city marketing, that momentum will drop away? Because once there's a momentum there, the hypothesis says that will carry on. So where's your evidence to say that it will drop off back to where it was 10 years ago?
So I haven't got it, but I wouldn't want to see a situation where that resource that we're proposing on reducing is no longer there to help maintain that momentum. I look back 10, 15 years ago, we certainly didn't have the council resource that we've had in recent years to support what we've got, and we've got a far better proposition now than what we had 15 years ago. And I think that's directly correlated to the fact that councils have the resource to support that.
Sorry, just on that. Do you think that that's something that like a retailers association, something like that could help in our city? I know that that's been something that's been a little bit weak. I know we've as council, when you were in that position, we tried to foster that, tried to encourage it. It's sort of something that's just not really ever been picked up.
Yeah, look, I haven't had any experience in that regard with the Retailers Association. I know the model that you're talking about. Councillor Swales, was it a similar model at the time that you were working with the main street?
Yes, experience uptime.
Yeah, and what happened there?
So it was a 5-year funded project, and it worked really, really well because it was at arm's length from council, which meant that we were able to access money that possibly council was unable to do. Being part of the Jackson Street program, certainly, which is a bid, certainly does afford us some luxury and interface more at a polytech level than a university. Yeah.
I know from the experience that I had in my time at council, we needed to be seen to be leading that sort of thing, to keep those retailers together. It's very difficult for them individually on their own. Yeah, I'm not sure where.
Thank you, Councillor Castle. With there being no further questions, thank you very, very much, Phil, for coming along and presenting. You've given us a lot to think about.
Thanks for the opportunity.
No, you're welcome. Thank you. My privilege now to invite Neville Blair to come up and speak to us, Neville. And I believe that you have another person with you. Do you have someone else, or are you just going to present on your own, Neville?
No, Alan is my stepfather and helped me fill out this form.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not very good, just so you know, at reading and writing, and been like that all my life. So just bear with me. He's been very helpful. So, but I just really want to thank you guys, because I think you generally mean well, you do well, and overall. But unfortunately, the general public don't always know everything behind the scenes, and they get snippets of what's going on. And I can understand why they get wound up, and lots of conversations have around the dining table or coffees and want to solve council problems. So it's not all your fault. And you generally, when you apply to be councillors or mayors or directors or behind the scenes, you generally mean well. But unfortunately, government put policies in front of you, and you ask for the city to grow. My mother always said to me, be careful what you ask for, because you might just get it and it's not exactly what you want. So unfortunately, due to your growth, you will wear some of the consequences of the growth over the last 20 years. My heart really goes out to the older people. Coming 65, I know my neighbours, 67, 80, 90, they've been in Brentwood Street for a very long time. But they will be paying $100 a week, $80 a week out of their pension, $400 and something. Their husbands have died, their wives have died, and they might have to sell their house because they can't afford to live there. And they could live to 100. But the rates are not going to stay at the rate they are today in 10, 15 years' time. So if we go back in history, we're just going to have to kind of slow the bus down. I believe that we need to slow the city down. You don't need to advertise it. You don't need to promote it. We have a wonderful little place here. It's a lovely city, or is it just a big town? You've got to decide what you are, really. I mean, under statistics, really, you don't really qualify as a city from my perspective. But because you're called a city, you've got to be 50,000 people. You're not even 50,000. I remember that we had a hearing here this is the last time I was here in 2003, I think it was, 2004, when the chambers, I think there was about 100 and something submissions, advised council. After government made a policy for a water plan, and Lance Collin, an awesome guy, great guy, encouraged all of them to install water meters. It fell on deaf ears. If they installed it 20 years ago, you would have saved a substantial amount of money. You would have known the quantity of what you needed, and people who were filling up their swimming pools and spa pools and baths would know what they were paying for. In England, you have to pay for your water. Councils are going broke overseas. I think we can tie this up, but we need to learn to say no to certain projects. I believe that your reserve funds need to go up, and also your development contributions need to go up. And just consider the older people and the debt that you will burden to the next generation, which won't be paid off.
will never be paid off. And we can't, if you want to be leaders, you're going to have to start thinking outside the box, literally outside. If I can pay my mortgage off in 40 years, I'm sure the council can pay theirs off. 24 years ago, we were debt free. Where's your limit? I don't know. I really just needed to let off some steam. Get it off my chest. And just, there's lots of things we can do. And I generally believe that you do a good job, but I just think people are frustrated with the package out there, not just the council, but 19%. It's going to be 16, it's going to be something. It's going to hurt. So pain is pain, but we just need to own it. If we made some mistakes, having rates down low doesn't solve the problem over the last 20 years. It really didn't solve it. In fact, you probably created something, really. And if it's political, it's political. If you want to stay here and be low rates, that's fine. Do what you have to do. But from my perspective, face some music, apologise to the public, and get on with it. Don't all this fluffy stuff. Enjoy what you have. It's lovely. We're very, very fortunate to have a city of this quality. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I have Councillor Holness who would like to.
Sorry, I didn't bring the unit.
No, that's me.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
That's all right. Thank you for coming to talk and get that off your chest. I was wondering, a lot of the submitters have talked to the fact that the rates rises they feel are punitive because it's 20%, 20%, 20%.
Yeah.
Would you support then sort of being able to have a higher rate potentially in the first year, but then bring it off so it's not kind of that 60% over?
Well, from my perspective, it's all pain. If you're going to punch somebody in the head, just punch them and get it over and done with. From a accountant's point of view, a very good accountant. You just have a flat rate. It is what it is. You're going to have debt, unfortunately. Get away from the toys. Stick to the basics, the roads. You don't have to have a special meeting to fix holes. You don't have to waste $35,000 on painting a roof that's going to be demolished. You didn't need an engineer's report that's going to be demolished. Swimming pool's wonderful, but make the money, then buy it. Just go back to grassroots, basic simplicity, and we get on like a house on fire. We won't have it. We'll be taking you all out for lunch. Tidy up the street. Businesses will survive in their own rights, but you can't burden people. Look, the Roman Empire fell because you taxed them, not you guys. There's mayhem. There will be mayhem, or there will be bitterness and sadness. I know people that have gone into depression and committed suicide, and it's sad because they can't see a light at the end of the tunnel. They want hope. They look to our elders in the community to defend them, to save them. There's a lot of sadness out there, and we got to help them. And by all the nice stuff, it's great. But I go to a meeting the other week with your Main Street. There was no milk for my coffee. It was miserable, and they pay the most rates. Really, but look, you know best, and just do what you do best. If you want to ask me a question, that's fine. But Helen knows of me, and a few might know me, but you don't know me. And I come from grassroots. I was penniless when I came here. I paid my mortgage. I had a loan. The bank said I can pay it off. Why can't the council pay theirs off? Why do you have to have a perpetuous trough for 1,000 years? Because that's what it's going to. Because the time that swimming pool's built, just tell me to stop. You're going to have to rebuild it again. The time you paid it off. Where's the money coming from? You're going to have to find some. I encourage you guys to open an entrepreneurial school today. That's one of my visions if I was ever on council, but I couldn't. Start a small entrepreneurial box for people to create and back them and take a share to fund the city. Just start with other methodologies to produce and help weighten the burden in future life. And don't build swimming pools and toys if you can't afford it. Don't borrow the money and pay the interest for years to come, because you're just going to replace it in 15 years' time. I know certain statistics, but I didn't come down a last rainstorm yesterday. But, you know, keep up the good work.
Neville, we have another question for you from Councillor. Well, the Councillor Wheeler has one for you.
I met him a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Neville, now you talked about our older fraternity. Okay. Just your thoughts on the community development, volunteer groups, and maybe the community grants.
Now, just educate me. I'm not 100. Is that money that you give to business people to set up?
No, sort of our voluntary groups, our volunteers that apply for grants here. Like the community patrol, that kind of thing.
Stick to the basics. Again, you know, it's nice, and charity begins at home. But if you can't afford to give it, you can't borrow money over here. That's my perspective, right? Borrow money and give it to charity. I don't know.
Because a lot of these volunteers are older fraternity as well. So
let's go back in history. Councillors and chief executives, no disrespect, they were town clerks. They were volunteers. They did it because they loved the job. My mother earned £9.50 a week and raised 3 kids with no social welfare. She raised $1 million and bought Lane Street, 7 acres, on the glory box, with no subsidy from the council. I don't know. If you have a passion for something, that's why you're sitting here. That's why you're sitting here. You have a passion for the city. Why do you need to be paid? If you've got a job, you've got an income. You know, some people need a pension. Some people but some people are not entrepreneurial. Some people are not businesses. Some people have to pick up a pay packet every day. I don't know, but that's why you're all here to work together as a team. But stick to the basics. Fix the city, slow it down, fix what you have, and then carry. Big cities doesn't mean cheaper rates. End of story. If you want to be a big city, go and join Wellington. That's my philosophy.
So we have Councillor Griffiths now that has a question for you, Neville.
Who?
Councillor Griffiths.
Oh, great, yeah.
Not a question, it's a statement. Okay. We had somebody come in earlier on today and present to us. In 3 years' time, we're a city. 50,000 people.
Yeah, but the number.
Or is that?
If you're going to be a big city, just be a big city, you know, bite the bullet. But it doesn't mean less rates and less things. It really does. It's just no burden. I mean, I've been to New York, I've been to LA, I've been to France, I've been to England, I've been to Malaysia, I've been to about 15 different. I mean, you're all travellers, you know. You come back here, it's great. You're welcome home, you know. You come up that motorway and you just go, after you've travelled the world, we're very, very fortunate. But we have to practice what we preach. We can't go and borrow and never pay it off. Borrowing's fine, but there has to be a limit, not like $8 billion a year in interest from the government with borrowing and you're going to get the debt down. And we're on a smaller version. But I don't know, what's the limit? 3 million, 3 billion, 10 billion? I mean, you got 200 at the moment? I don't know, is it 200 at the moment?
Read about it.
Around 250. So in 20 years, how much is that a year? I don't know. And then you've got to pay the interest. If you've got a capping, but even the money that you raise at 19% is not going to pay it be enough. So I'm just saying this, I don't, you figure it out over a cup of coffee.
So with no more questions to you, Blair, we want to say thank you very, very much for coming in and sharing your views with us. It's quite refreshing to have a perspective which is quite positive, but in a gentle way, reminding us that we have a stewardship responsibility to all in our community. So thank you.
Don't waste 7 years of my rates painting another roof. Please. Where is that from? Well, I know it's an area, but there's been a number of areas but which we don't go down. But nice of you, Dane.
All right, Neville, thank you so much. No.
Did you ever see that movie, The Accountant?
Yes, I did.
Don't want to ask the accountant.
Right.
Thanks,
Thank you
guys.
very, very much.
Yeah, keep up the good work.
Oliver, thank you very much for your patience. Welcome. We have 10 minutes. There will be a bell that will register 4 minutes and then another bell at 5 minutes, Oliver. And we would welcome the opportunity to give you questions. And I've got a colleague of mine raising his hand.
Yeah, I don't think we have the submission.
Oliver is submission.
I'll find it and upload it to Stan.
He's not on
As a
the
separate
slide.
item.
We might send it.
So, Oliver, if you don't mind, we're struggling to find your submission. So if you don't mind waiting just a minute.
Yep, no worries.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm just going to upload it to Stan.
Thank you.
Oliver, your submission has just been uploaded to Stella for all of my colleagues to actually be able to have it in front of them before you speak.
It's in the, if you go into Stella, if you go into Stella.
It's a big pack.
I've just uploaded it separately, so you should see it on that main meeting page. It'll save you having to search through the larger document for it.
Just have to hit the cloud button.
It should be there now. Have we all got it, councillors, or? No,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, that's it.
Dave, have you got it?
It's refreshing. Yeah.
Okay. Tracy, do you have it?
Not yet.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, yeah, it's just come.
And Emma, you're fine? Okay. Thank you very much for your patience, Oliver. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Kia ora and good afternoon, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to Summerset's submission on the draft Development Contributions Policy 2024. For brevity, I'll call it the Contributions Policy from here. By way of introduction, I'm Oliver Boyd. I'm the General Manager of Acquisitions and Development for Summerset in New Zealand. In my role, I have operational oversight for all of our new villages, from before we acquire the land through to start of construction on site. I appreciate you've had many submissions on the contributions policy, and I'm sure it's been a long day and you've heard from, and probably still have to hear from more colourful and interesting submitters than me. So I'll keep my presentation brief, and I'll presume you have read it or will read it. And I'll carry on. So I'd like to introduce Summerset and explain what we do. Summerset is New Zealand's second largest developer and operator of retirement villages, which makes us one of New Zealand's largest home builders. In fact, in March 2023, we were ranked second largest residential builder by value behind Fletcher's. Summerset has 38 villages completed or in development across New Zealand and provides a range of living options for more than 8,000 residents. Summerset has a proven track record of over 30 years in building and operating high-quality comprehensive care retirement villages. And I'd just like to draw your attention to that distinction between comprehensive care retirement villages and lifestyle villages as it's relevant in the context of levying development contributions. Summerset builds only new comprehensive care retirement villages, which means that a continuum of care is provided on site as opposed to lifestyle villages, which have minimal or no aged care provided. Given that care component, comprehensive care retirement villages attract an older cohort. New Zealand's facing a housing crisis, including retirement, living and aged care crisis, and Upper Hutt City is not immune from that, with a city forecast to have very high growth in the next 30 years, and particularly growth within that 70 plus years old and older part of the population. That population growth and demographic change will result in even further demand for retirement villages and aged care. It's vital that the regulatory environment recognise and provide for development that is required to meet the growing demand, and that funding for infrastructure is done on a fair, equitable and proportionate basis. Turning to the contributions policy now, for comprehensive care retirement villages like Summerset's, the per unit occupancy is reduced when compared with a typical household unit, where the development contributions policy assumes 2.5 people per household, or equivalent household units, EHUs, as it's defined in the policy. Summerset's average occupancy is, for independent units, 1.3 residents per unit, and for care units, 1 resident per unit. In addition to recognising the unique population discount for comprehensive care retirement villages, the development contributions policy should also recognise a further reduction due to the unique low pattern of demand as a function of the elderly demographic occupying our village. An example of that is a reduced demand on community infrastructure, amenities and facilities when compared against the demand assumptions of a typical household unit. Residents entering Summerset's new villages, on average, are 81 years old and have specific physical and social needs and access to Summerset's extensive range of on-site amenities. So to fairly account for that lower demand profile, both the population discount to account for that lower occupancy and a demand factor discount to account for the older demographic and on-site amenities should be applied to the contributions calculation for comprehensive care retirement villages. In our submission, we draw your attention to the recent Tauranga City Council development contributions policy. Through years of our industry submitting on their proposed development contributions policies, Council finally recognised and acknowledged that it needed to undertake its own independent assessment and review of the unique demand factors for retirement villages to inform its DC's policy. That review was completed in 2023, and Council have now proposed to adopt discount factors noted in that report in their latest development contributions policy. A copy of that independent assessment was appended to our submission. We consider Tauranga City Council has proposed a fair, equitable and proportionate development contribution through the proposed discount factors, and that was based on the expected demand from its independent study. We therefore seek that Council adopt the demand factor or demand discount rates proposed for transport and community infrastructure by Tauranga City Council as outlined in our submission. That's it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I welcome any questions about our submission.
Thank you, Oliver. I will open it up to my colleagues around the table. Councillor Griffiths and then Councillor Whitley.
Hi there, Oliver. We've had a conversation in the past around our tables, talking about how much of your communities actually come out into our city or into the rest of our parks, for example, things like that. Have you got stats around that you can just share with us easily around, you know, I realise that some of your care is in-house, basically they just never leave, but is there a portion that come out into our city and enjoy the rest of our city?
Well, I think it's a good question, and I think the best analysis that's been done, and I don't like to say competitors have done it better than us, but there was a development contributions dispute that was undertaken by Ryman Healthcare at their Pukako village in Auckland, and that went to a panel of independent hearing commissioners, and they provided significant evidence around the actual use of residents, and that involved hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of surveys with both residents and their families, because the problem is residents tend to think they're still more active than they are and overstate their use, and so the survey was comprehensive and extended to both their families and staff within the village. So it gave a very comprehensive picture about what actual demand they were placing on community facilities. So I can certainly forward you that decision, and there may be some information in there. I don't think we hold the full set of evidence from that hearing, but it's no doubt can be legitimate from Auckland Council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Oliver? Oliver, do you mind just waiting a moment? There's just a bit of a glitch with your submission, and one of my colleagues around the table would just like to have a little bit of a further look at it, if you don't mind.
That's fine. No worries.
Thank you. It should be uploading now for you, councillor.
Thank you. Fire up a question on the way, that's right.
Yes, certainly, councillor Bentley.
While you're here, how much of these development contributions do Summerset pass on in their costs?
Well, contributions are another construction or development cost, as you could imagine. And we, in terms of pricing our units, we're more linked to median house price than the raw cost plus a margin. But the reality is, we have to absorb that cost to develop a village. And I think what the more important factor for councils around New Zealand is really encouraging us to come into their regions, because everyone, to a lesser or greater degree, is facing the same crisis and not having enough housing, and aged care even is an even worse state in those regions. So we've seen some astronomical development contributions come out of the likes of Drury and Auckland. When we're looking at the map and saying, where do we put our next village, it can be a factor. It can be a major factor in whether we actually proceed to consider that region for a new village, or we move on to the next council. So I think it certainly discourages us to develop a further village in a city where those development contributions are both high, but also not fairly apportioned. I mean, we understand, councils are facing major issues across those three waters and other infrastructure funding, and we're about paying our fair share, but it's about that how that share is actually fair and reasonable. And so that's where that independent assessment that Tauranga have done gives sort of an evidentiary basis to make that assessment, rather than a lot of the DC policies are still legacy policies that they just don't have. They haven't been tested, and they don't take into account our specific and unique use, I guess.
And from memory, when we did our development contributions policy, we landed on 0.3 EHU, I believe, for a retirement village.
Yeah, probably depend on the. I've got our submission. It depends on what it relates to in terms of. I think it's really the community infrastructure and transport that we're saying should be a lower factor. I think your policy's one of the ones that's probably more modern than some of the other regions we're dealing with. So it's really around that transport and community infrastructure EHUs discount.
So what we'll do is we will stop for a short adjournment, Oliver, if you don't mind, purely because we are having issues with pulling up your submission for my colleagues to properly read and actually come back to you. Can you give us 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, and then we will come back to you?
That's fine. I'll just stay on the line.
Yes, please. Thank you very,
Thanks.
very much. Welcome back to the community and welcome back, Oliver. Thank you very, very much for your patience. My colleagues have had the opportunity to have a quick read of your submission. I apologise that it wasn't easily available for any of us to read to give you some pertinent questions, but now that we've done that, I give the floor to Councillor Holderness.
I've just read the answer to my questions. That's all right. I was just looking at the retirement units generating about 20% of the trips, and I apologise because we're reading this quite quickly, but I see it says it also includes an allowance for staff and visitor transport.
All right, which was one of our questions.
Which was one of the questions that we had, yeah.
Are there any other questions from my colleagues around the table for Oliver? And I do appreciate it's been a bit of a speed read. Councillor Griffiths.
From my earlier question, that information that Oliver was alluding to, would we be able to get hold of that ourselves? See if we required it, or should we ask it to?
Yes, through your chair, we will be able to get it through Wayne Fletcher, who is doing the policy work on our behalf.
Excellent, thank you.
He probably already has it.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Ultra.
So on point 6 of page, oh gosh, now I can't see the page number. Is it page 2? Yeah. There's the little graph there, the units of demand. So is this where things are supposed to sit, or is that something you're wanting to change, the units of demand?
Yeah, those are the units of demand we're proposing, so that's not your current policy.
Okay, so the units of demand that are in this graph here, is that Tauranga's current setting, and is that what you want us to have here?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Councillor Wheeler.
Oliver, in the next 10 years, how many Somersets are you predicting will be built?
Sorry, it was just the audio was a bit broken. I think I understand the question is how many Summerset villages are we expecting in the next sort of 10 years?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, our current build rate's 600 to sort of 700 units a year, which is kind of 2 full villages, and would like to lift that slightly toward the 1,000 unit mark, which is kind of 3 full villages. So, over 10 years, that conceivably another 30 villages across New Zealand. So nearly twice the size, twice the number of villages that we kind of currently have in the portfolio.
Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Councillor Swales. Oliver, I remember you submitted when we did this policy last year. Well, Summerset did, I can't remember if it was yourself. And I brought up the submission from last year. And the units of demand that you'd submitted on last year is the recommended units of demand, and they are higher than the ones you're saying now. Are you guys trying to incrementally get these to near zero? Because
I think the information gets better is probably what it comes down to, and it's helpful when councils spend the pretty small amount of money to undertake their own independent assessment and actually verify what we're proposing.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably where the policy is reflective of where it was at the time we submitted on these, and they tend to come around every sort of 3 or 4 years, and it probably was me submitting on the previous one. But yeah, I think it's councils across New Zealand are being tested and are getting more comfortable in terms of verifying what is actually fair and reasonable. We make our case in our resource consent in terms of civil infrastructure and transport. What's less tested and there's less information around is that community and community infrastructure and civil amenities sort of piece. But it sounds like you're going to obtain the Ryman Pukekohe dispute decision and all the evidence that went into that. So yeah, all I can do is encourage you to look at the evidence and make your decision based on that.
This was no more than a year ago, and the aged care units demand from your last submission, from this submission, are half of the last submission. So I'm just wondering, has that research really changed that much in 12 months?
Well, the research was published in 23.
Okay. Thanks.
And as the full report's attached to that submission.
Any other questions from my colleagues to Oliver? Councillor Griffiths.
My question is further down in that report, the findings, and it was around the averages around the country. I've just lost it because I went back to read the beginning, sorry. But it was pretty much saying that the averages that are showing in Hutt, and Pororua and places like that, there is another thing, are higher or a lot higher than your request. Are these policies older than ours, or are they are you going to go and submit to them at the same sort of level?
We've made submissions to 25 long-term plans, I think, based on where we're currently developing or expecting to develop, or expecting some potential for development in the future. So yes, we are submitting. Just to answer that second part of the question, I think the first part probably does come down to how old the policy is and how much it's been disputed by development of retirement villages in that district. You know, some councils we're dealing with just don't want to consider a change, and their policies are actually quite hard to interpret for any developers. Are quite old school and you know, might go back 10 or 15 years. So yeah, I mean, it's a helpful comparison table, and those numbers will probably change again after this latest round of submissions and hearings. But I think Auckland, Christchurch are probably and potentially Wellington are probably the policies that have been tested the most, you know, independently through development contribution disputes and independent hearings.
I'm just looking on page 2 of the next document, the second part of that. There's quite a breakdown of water, wastewater, stormwater, transport reserves, community facilities. Would that be a more accurate way of us measuring or setting our numbers? Would you prefer that, or would
I don't think so, because of that delay, you know, that lag factor of these policies not actually being properly tested and not based on evidence. I think that's why the Tauranga policy is kind of the most pertinent that we're aware of. Auckland probably comes in a close second. So
the other piece that I was reading was around that stormwater and things like that were a higher setting. I assume because the roof still collects stormwater and those sort of things, but whereas the people that you're talking about getting out into the community and using the community assets, that was a lot lower threshold. So that's what I'm saying. So I mean, our 0.3 is lower than the median that you're showing in this document.
Yeah, and I think stormwater is an interesting one, because you're right that the development may generate, you know, similar stormwater to a residential development, but I think each council seems to have a different, you know, scenario in terms of what assets they currently have built, and there's that relationship of, you know, having to have that causal nexus between what are you developing and what new assets have to be created to cater for demand. That's the basis of the Local Government Act. So some councils have a lot more, you know, have a lot fewer issues with stormwater detention or management within their area than others, you know, who are almost at crisis point if another drop of water gets sort of added to the system. So I think that may also explain some of the discrepancies across the country.
Any other questions for Oliver?
No, I was on this.
Right, okay. Oliver, I just want to thank you for your patience and perseverance with us, and your tolerance with regard to us getting it right. But I think it was really important that we got to see and do a speed read of the submission for us to go some qualitative questioning and hopefully some great answers for us to deliberate over when we do our deliberations on the LTP. So once again, thank you so much for joining us and appreciate the contribution that you've made to the LTP process for us.
Thanks very much, and thanks for the really good questions too. Cheers.
Not a problem. Thank you. Right. I'd now like to declare, with there being no other people to be heard in our LTP process for the 2024-2034.
This week.
Yeah, for today. I would now like to declare that the meeting is closed at 5:08, and thank you for your patience. Thank you to the community.